Good morning, rowing fans. Welcome to ACRA Championships Day 2. This is Charlie Sullivan,
And Eddie Moog.
and we are here to bring you all the play-by-play in what is going to be a great day of racing. Apologies for being up a little late um, with the sound to this part, but we know you've had some great video here to watch from HereNow, providing the absolute best video in rowing in the United States by far. And This morning is going to follow on a great day of racing from yesterday when we had heats, and now people have been sorted into various semifinals. We're starting out the morning with some semifinals for the men's four that you've been watching. Those were DEF semifinals, where the top two were going to the D final, 3 and 4 were going to the E final, and 5 and 6, if there were going to, there's no sixes anyway, so the three fifth place crews were going to go to an F final. And you can see going back up the course, the conditions are absolutely gorgeous. And
Better than yesterday,
Oh,
actually.
yeah, better than yesterday.
Yesterday was foggy this time of morning. The water was flat, but there was enough cool air coming up that it made it a little bit more challenging for the single scullers, the double scullers. So now we got flat water.
So
Hopefully
if
nothing
you are
else.
the grandparents of a rower here watching, you would know what the Tennessee Valley Authority was. If you are the younger sibling
Yeah.
of a rower, you might not. So ask your grandparents what the TVA is, and that explains to you why we have this gorgeous water in the middle of Tennessee to race on. One of the best places to race in the country. There are 7 lanes here. We used some 7 yesterday, but here right now we're simply using 5. This is the third semifinal of the men's varsity 4, and you'll be seeing, if you look from your left to your right, Tulane, Illinois, Delaware in the middle, Michigan on the right middle, and Wichita State on the right outside. And we have 2 crews to go forward here into the D final. And right now it looks like we have Michigan out in front, and Delaware right next to them, 2 of the main programs in the men's 8s.
Yes. So these are your guys
Yeah.
from your 4V level boats compared to Wichita State. Tulane, who also had eights. And
That's Illinois' fastest
varsity
boats.
4, but Wichita
Yeah.
State and Tulane also had some eights and some other boats. So we're looking at a good mix of guys who are representing the top boat in their program and beyond. I think some programs are really committed to that small boat level, fours, quads, beyond that, and then some it's a good stepping point. I know a lot of programs when as ACRA has really grown up, we're like, all right, we can make the space to have one boat make it down this year, and then 2 boats make it down until they can really make it a full team thing. But right now we have Michigan out in the lead.
Absolutely. Very nice rowing here. The blades going in well, and really sweeping through. The coxswain could be down in the boat rather than sitting up. That would be better for any of the Michigan coaches or people who may have coached at Michigan in the past.
Well,
That
the
would be
view's
me.
so nice. I don't blame them.
All that sort of stuff. But the view is nice, yes. But Michigan's sort of running up and trying to push up into a lead, and and they're at about a 36 or so in their rating, trying to just now break bow to stern open with Delaware coming through about the 1,000. Michigan known for putting a pretty strong move when they're able to against crews in this part of the race. Delaware also rowing pretty nicely there, and they are bow to stern up on Tulane. Um, I'm sorry, up on Wichita State, who you see there, and Illinois sticking their nose in there as well. So one of the things that could happen here, Eddie, is that say Illinois starts to move and they sort of are able to count up through another boat and move back in. But second place is going to be a stretch for those crews with about 1,200 meters. So if they're going to do it, they've got to do it now.
They've got to do it now, and Delaware is still close enough that they really haven't let the field go, and I really like the rowing from the Blue Hens right now. It's really clear their identity and style has maintained, and I think this is the second year with their
Second year of a
new
new coach.
coach,
Yep.
another Delaware alum. So the tradition runs deep there, and these guys are hanging up the blades a little bit at the catch, but once it's in, it's a really powerful swing. And then Illinois there hanging on to third. And who's on the outside? The other side that
I think
is
Illinois is in fourth right now, and I think that we have
which
Wichita State
yeah,
in
that's
third.
great rowing out of the Shockers
Shockers.
there. But that's going to be close for the fourth spot. Either way, they would be moving on to E-final. But I think in this last kind of make or break spot of the semi, we're going to see a pretty big move, right? I think a lot of today's racing, where yesterday was not conservative, but stable and confident and not too many adaptations. I think today we're going to see a lot of crews throw everything out there to make sure they land in the final they want to end this season on.
So this is the sort of second round of getting people in the right groups to be a final, right? So we had heats yesterday that were sorted based a little bit on some results earlier, based on a little bit on the region that they were in,
Right.
and now you have people in sorted by speed, but still with some expected differential in the speed, and that's what you're seeing here. A
Right.
pretty nice race here, though. I mean, you still have
It's
four crews within 3
Michigan's up
lengths.
on the field, but it's not like they're walking away like they typically do in the last third of a race. It's close enough that I see a move happening now. Maybe they heard me. Um, it's close enough that actually these two crews, the Wichita State and the Illinois crews, are really going to give Delaware a run for their money late.
Yeah, and
And this
those
is one of
two
the
those two
most.
crews in third and fourth having a great race. The question is, could they get up into Delaware
I
and
think it's
take
gonna. I think
the
it's gonna dig
E-final?
up into their
Yeah,
seats. This is one of the I think most subscribed races last year. I think it was had maybe the highest amount of entries in the men's varsity four,
yeah.
which is why. And this year the same way, it goes all the way down to an F final, so 6 levels of final.
6 levels of final, and this is, I said yesterday, this is the event where the big boat teams and the small boat teams overlap. So it's great. You have some programs that are large and have a varsity 8, second varsity 8, third varsity 8, freshman 8, second novice 8, and then a varsity 4 and a novice 4 in there. And then you have some other programs for whom the 4 is their best boat and is
Right.
what they're doing. And because they're a smaller team, they don't have 40 guys on their program, right? So we actually do have a little push happening
That's
right
great
here
from Wichita
from
State.
Wichita State. I'm not sure they're going to have enough. We're coming really close to the final, but they are giving it everything they have to try and get in through Delaware and make the final. They were about astern, and now they're within a couple of seats.
I think they're going to run
So
out of real
they're
estate
just
though.
running out of water. So Michigan threw in 725, and Delaware 728. Illinois gets third at 732. Good job there, Illini. And Wichita State pops in there at 731. Okay, that's what I thought I saw, but we like to get the stuff right. And then we'll have Tulane coming down and finishing off. We had two events here previously.
The first two heats of the DEF semifinal.
So if you were to go to HereNow.com and look up the results, which you can do all day, you'd be able to follow those. In the first semifinal, Villanova and Purdue went through to the D final. Virginia Commonwealth and Oklahoma State went through to the E final. Michigan State to the D final, but the Purdue beat Virginia Commonwealth by 3.5 tenths, 3 to 4 tenths of a second
Wow.
to make that difference in which semifinal they went into. So some really really hard fought racing there. And in the second semifinal, you have Notre Dame and Kansas State going through into the D final. University of Nebraska sort of reestablishing themselves here. Only 8 tenths out of beating Kansas State, so a little Plains battle there.
Nicely done.
And Northwestern going into the E final, and Virginia Tech into the F final. So you actually are going to have quite an interesting uh, final there with Purdue, Notre Dame, Michigan, and Delaware, all of whom are trying to stick their nose into a points trophy
Yeah, so
at the end of the day,
that's
having to
why.
line up and go in a D final, to try and see who gets some better points there. It's going to be a fascinating
Yeah, we
set of
are
racing
really
tomorrow
lucky
too.
that there's no point in racing where anyone's going to shut down and kind of hand it over, resign themselves to whatever result they get. This is their championship. This is and these bigger programs and programs that are growing and on the cusp of being even bigger um, are looking to work their way up in the team points, and every single seat that can help with that is super valuable to their coaches, their teammates.
Absolutely. So we're going to see semifinals here in the women's single, and these are the semifinals to go to a grand final. The top three in each heat will go forward into the A final and have a chance to race for the national championship.
Yeah, so in the outside lanes, left side of your screen to the right side, Michigan State, Tegan Purtle, and then as we go over across to the right, Molly Slupik from Colorado State, Katrina Schneider from University of Cincinnati, Sophia Whitman from Northwestern State, Alana Snyder from Nebraska, Margaret Kelly from Purdue, Michigan State, Purdue, both here in a pretty big in the sweep programs,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So this is one of their athletes who's moved into the double, whereas the
Or
four
the
athletes in
single,
the
yeah.
middle, this is their premier event or some type of sculling event, and it's really interesting. Four of these athletes were, of these athletes, a bunch of them were here last year,
Yeah.
A final, B final, and performed really well. It's actually really surprising that all four of them are in this race together because all four of them, based on times, should be grand final level speed, and one of them's going to have to miss
And
out.
one of them's going to have to miss out. So they've got to race hard. But what we're seeing here is actually some separation of the top three. So you have, I'm sorry, what's the name of the Cincinnati rower?
Katrina Schneider is in the University of
Katrina
Cincinnati.
Schneider. Her name didn't make the printed sheet that we have, but we're glad to know that you're out there, Katrina. She's up in front quite nicely with Sophia Whitman from Northwestern State and Alana Snyder from University of Nebraska. Those three have pushed out pretty cleanly, and there's a nice break back behind them. A great race going here for second, and
What's that debris in the
still
water?
I believe that's just blooms of
Oh,
algae.
algae. Okay,
Yeah.
nothing's going to get in anyone's right.
So
That's great.
nothing's. Yeah. Hopefully they're not up there and gonna snag a
So, yeah, the
snag an
Bearcats
ore.
have moved ahead, but it's not it's enough of a lead on the field. These three in a spot where they really can, not easily, but
It gets them a
confidently,
center lane in the
yeah,
final, which
push
is
them to grand
nice if you're
finals.
there.
But Cincinnati's not in a position where they're going to walk away with this.
Yeah. The thing here is that ACRA is the only national championship with a single in it.
Right.
The lightweight women at the IRA have a double. And that's the only other sculling boat in a national championship at the college level here.
Right.
And what ACRA programs are doing here is developing a whole crew of scullers, if you will, among these other programs who are training in the event, who are really working on it, or getting to know each other. We had two of the guys last year who had raced each
Oh,
other and
yeah,
talked to
the
them, and it was awesome.
gentleman from Clarkson and High Point who just
Yeah,
had a great weekend racing together.
and
And I think one of them's at Jacksonville this year
yeah.
as his fifth year.
But what you don't get often, even in college racing, all spring, is the chance to line up against a bunch of people and just sort of
Yeah, well,
go
fortunately,
on a buoyed course with great water. So just
fortunately, Katrina Schneider out of Cincinnati has been able to race a single most of this year, and I believe also was able to race at MACRA and a
okay.
couple other
Yeah, they did put it in there.
regional events, and
And there's a
then
single at the Dadvale,
at the
but
Dadville,
that's
and
sort of it.
then Sophia Whitman out of Northwestern State, Louisiana, raced in the double most of this year and placed second in the double SIRAs,
Okay.
and was fifth here last year. Whereas Katrina Schneider was a B finalist last year, so I think she's really on a campaign to pick up speed. And
Absolutely.
then Alana Snyder
She's
was
gonna
a
have to go through
medalist.
Jacqueline Lanier from Vermont
Yeah,
and
Jacqueline
Alexa
Lanier
Miller from Florida, though. So
and
we'll
and
see that
Liliana Mastrotortoro from Clarkson, just
from
because they have good
Clarkson. Yeah.
sculling. And then Alana Snyder medaled in the pair.
Yeah.
last year. That's a pretty big algae bloom. That's pretty
Yeah,
surprising.
so you can see that
Little
there's no
marble.
wind.
Yeah, and a little marble in
The
the
water
Oak
is
Ridge course.
absolutely dead flat, and it looks like here right now that we have Sophia. I'm sorry, we have Alana Snyder
Yeah, coming up
from
to
Nebraska putting a nice move
really nice. And we're seeing it
into the lead here.
coming past the tent right now, and the seat is driving with so much force into
Well,
the
she's
swing.
taking her rating up, right? She's up
Yeah.
at 34, um, and she's going as she comes through right now. She's just going through with about 400 meters to go. And there's an answer coming out of Cincinnati.
Oh
She
yeah.
looked over and she's like, "Oh, I gotta go, don't
So
I?" So
if you
she's
were
up
with
to
the
35.
if you were with us yesterday, and if you're with us today, as I know many of you will be, when it starts happening, we're going to be talking about they're taking a seat. They're taking a seat. It's kind of funny in the single. You can't say they're taking a seat because there's only one seat to take, right?
But they're moving.
But yeah, and now
and there's been an answer too. So I mean, here they are bow ball for bow ball. Those buoy lines are not perfectly straight, but they give you a general sense of where the line is to be able to see each other. And this beautiful drone flying right on the side with a great angle. And it looks like again it was Christina
Katrina Schneider, yeah.
sorry, from Cincinnati is now getting another seat back. She was sort of able to see the move happening out of Alana and try and go there. And now we have
a bit of a crab.
Sophia. We have Sophia sticking
Sophia
her
Whitman
nick
working her
back
way
in
back
trying
up.
to sprint through, and she's coming up. So it's going to be a great final
is
for
great.
the finish.
And
they're all moving forward.
They're all moving forward, but again, no one's resigning themselves to, oh, that was a good enough result.
Yeah.
Right? Good enough isn't good enough.
Here
for
comes Sophia.
This level of
Sophia's gonna get back through Alana here. I think
that's a lot of leverage at the front end.
Yeah, and it's just and there's
Walking
an answer. They maybe are 30 meters away from the finish line here, and all three of them are going out.
But I think Alana's going to come up for that second place spot. I think that
Alana's moving through. The question is, can she catch him? Can she catch? Oh, but there's an answer back. All three. This is great racing, and here we are. Wow.
First singles race of the day.
It's going to be a photo finish looking over there from Alana saying, where are we? There's the line. We're not going to call it. I do think, well, where I say we're not going to call it, but it does look like Sophia got through Alana. And I think that Cincinnati they still have out in front in finishing across first.
Yeah, I think it's going to go Cincinnati.
Sophia Whitman, 8:58, 178. So that is, I want you to see that, 3/100ths of a second.
Fantastic work.
And then Alana, 8:59, 464, 3/10ths back. But 3/100ths of a second between Cincinnati and Northwestern State, which means that they will be checking the video.
Big time.
And then, Molly Slupik, from Colorado State comes in fourth. She'll go to the B final. Tegan Pirtle from Michigan State came in fifth, and Margaret Kelly from Purdue came in sixth. So they will go forward. We're going back up to catch semifinal number 2, and as you'll see when they come in from left to right, you'll have Nora Lowry from Lafayette in lane 6, Liliana Mastro-Totoro in lane 5, Jacqueline Lanier from Vermont in 4, Alexa Miller moving to the right on your screen from Florida in 3, Isabella Opus Suarez from Wake Forest in 2, and Riley Robertson from Chico State in California in lane 1. And we can see that they're already going. As we come over, we'll get more of a sense of who's where. There is one single way out there, and that is Jacqueline Lanier from Vermont. She had a great race yesterday. But she is, we're 700 meters in, and she's got 4 lengths of open water over second, who is Alexa Miller from Florida. And then there's sort of a race right there between Isabella Suarez and Riley Robertson on the right side of your screen. And I would say that Liliana Masters-Toro from Clarkson is also sort of in that. Looks like Isabella is slightly up. and we'll be seeing, um, pardon the morning mouth clearing there. We'll be seeing how that works out. But Alexa Miller just up there, gorgeous, gorgeous speed already, and she's at about 29. She's not pressing her rating at all. 28 and a half. Just getting out there and is getting into a nice sort of anaerobic threshold pace. Probably working quite aerobically, trying not to put any lactic acid into her system. She's going to have to come back tomorrow and go
tomorrow
pretty hard.
and perform.
Yeah,
And I think Jacqueline Lanier is going to be really excited to see what the results from that first heat are, uh, knowing with a lead like this that she's also up in that mix, and I maybe
absolutely for sure. But
assuming that
it's
she
gonna
is.
mean that if you saw how hard they were going at the end of that race, right? Jacqueline's not going to have to do that, so we're not going to see her top end speed. So
Yeah, exactly.
reading the times. I mean, if she comes in with a faster time and she's running like this, that bodes pretty well
That
for
bodes
her.
pretty well. So this is the first year in a while that they haven't posted a women's varsity 8 here. A lot of seniors graduated from the program
Vermont,
last year, Vermont.
yeah,
So they elected to break down into small boats with their interim head coach. Let me get the name right, Vicki Edwards White. But I think the notes that they shared with us is that the huge senior class graduated last year, but no graduating seniors from this year. So this is a young crew or a young squad, men's and women team, very tightly knit there, training together, supporting each other. So Jacqueline's going to have a really great weekend here in the single, and excited to see what
absolutely.
she races
Which
in
means,
when we
so
see her
let's
next year.
imagine she wins a national championship now. Does she come back next year in the single or in a rebuilding team? Is
Everything
she in
the
an 8, right?
everything the team's talking about
Absolutely.
is one of those programs where let's work on small boats this year. It makes the most sense for us, and we'll work our way back
Yeah.
up. I've always seen Vermont have a really great presence in the fours and in the 2000s and
They've
the
always had
eights.
a nice team concept and the ability to get a lot of kids out to row,
Yeah, and
in spite of being in Vermont all winter.
right, but maybe they get to go
But
skiing, get some cross training.
Middlebury is also
Yeah, hey, and
emerging. So
Bowdoin is here as well, and then you also got all the other.
UNH,
Colby and Bates are doing a great job in the D3 level. So Maine, New Hampshire,
yeah.
Vermont doesn't matter that you're frozen for part of the year. You're still going to
Well,
get some really good.
Burlington right there on the lake. It gets
Yeah,
pretty cold.
pretty cold.
But you
One
can see
other.
looking from behind just how far out in front she is there. Just moving very nicely and continuing to move away. We have gotten some separation, I think. Well, actually, that
The third place
the
crew.
third, fourth, and fifth could still be a thing.
So that's going to be Isabella Opus Soares from Wake Forest and Riley Robertson, right?
Yeah,
Fighting for that third place spot. So that's going to get really heated later on. Alexa Miller is still holding themselves out ahead, which is great to see them back in a second campaign in the single. Liliana Mastro-Totoro and Nora Lowry out of Clarkson and Lafayette, respectively. I think having a good piece, it's just the pace is already kind of decided against them.
yeah. Again, though, there's still 600 or 700 meters to go here, and just coming now. Well, 500 to go for those three crews. So there's still some space to sort of go. In the meantime, what we have is here Jacqueline Lanier just so relaxed in those shoulders, looking over her own shoulder to see where she's going. Very good connection between those legs pressing and moving the handle around. She clearly has to have an engine if she's able to just produce this sort of speed here right now. And very, very easy, nice rowing. So the national team coaches should have a look for her. And you have coaches who are it, even if you want to make the quad, you got to be able to run a single. If you want to make the 8, you've got to be able to row the pair. That's just how the selection happens in camp and earlier on. It's how you get your name known.
We're going to see if she can close that gap and earn this third place spot. Clarkson being one of those smaller programs that is focused on the sculling. It is, I can't remember the single sculler's name out of the men's side, who was training to make gold medal time standard in the light single last summer, and I
Yeah.
think it's probably going to get even closer this year. So, out of Potsdam, New York, they know how to put two oars in the water. So we'll see if this closes the gap on her.
As we come around here with the drone, we'll see a little bit more, and it looks to me like Alana still has some open water for that third spot. Um, I'm sorry, Isabella Suarez from Wake Forest still has that open water for that third spot, and she's in a place right now, I think, where she can just hold off the other crews, able to see. But the one thing that does happen in these small boats, which can happen, as we saw in the heat before, is you can suddenly drastically change the speed of the boat and be able to move. It has to happen soon enough so that you can actually do that. Oops, and there is a crab,
Oh my God!
and she stopped right before the line, wondering what she did or what she hit. So she ends up actually getting passed by Riley Robertson
Out of Chico State.
out of Chico State. We'll have to see what happens there with the results. Um, don't know if there's anything that she can protest on that. We'll have to see what happened. I don't know if she uh, hit something in the water. Is mostly what it looked like,
Right in the
and
crux.
just got stopped. Yeah, that sort of unfortunately in the rules of racing becomes something they call misadventure.
Yeah,
Um,
we had a lot of misadventure last year.
misadventure is when you hit something on the course that isn't supposed to be there, but there's really nothing they can do about it. It doesn't include if she hit the buoy and just got wrapped in the buoy. That's her own issue. But we'll see. So now we're going to see the same thing on the men's side.
On the men's side,
And we have Ryan Muldoon from Clarkson
that's exactly
in
right.
this next heat. So as we come up, you're going to see from left to right Braden Myers from Alabama in lane 6 on your left. Um, Christian Schaffer from Clemson in 5. Ryan Muldoon from Clarkson in the middle, who had a great regatta here last year. Jonathan Evers from Wake Forest in lane 3. Quentin Koninger from Oklahoma State in lane 2. And Andrew Prince from Virginia in lane 1. And again, 3 to go forward in this first heat of the semifinal, sorry, of the men's single. It does look like Ryan is out there up in front again fairly easily, and then we do have a chevron, but it's a chevron that's overlapped with the other 5. Jonathan Evers from Wake Forest a little bit up on the others, and maybe Quentin Coninger from Oklahoma State. Sort of eked out in third, but there's a great race going on uh, between Christian Schaefer from Clemson and Braden Myers from Alabama on the left side. Andrew Prince getting broken a little bit by the crew right next to him, but he still overlapped with the 2 on the other side. So we're going to see here now as Ryan sort of in his nice green boat has again very nice rhythm going here. Let's check the rating. Just 29 and a half, but you can see the size of those puddles from up here. You can just see how much water he's pushing against, pushing
And
away
not throwing
against.
the river around, right? Not
Yeah,
trying to punch the river.
he's the blade goes in, and when you're in the boat, it feels like you pull against you. You're pushing the water away, but what you're really doing is pushing the boat past the water, which is very stable, and which so you're using it to lever yourself past. And how efficiently that happens, coaches use a lot of time to read these puddles, as we call them, the places that the water that the blades come in and create a hole in the water.
Yeah, sometimes I'll just show guys video just of their puddle. I'm like, is that a good one? Is it a bad one? How can you tell? What are you seeing?
And then what's causing it,
Yeah.
right? So often a great way to coach is to just say, hey, look at your puddle. Let's make sure
Yeah,
that the
yeah.
puddle is tight. It doesn't want to be big and frothy. Is your blade coming up and out? Is it jumping up and down in the water?
Yeah, because you can coach from the blade first and work your way in. Because the blade, how it moves the water, is telling you everything, right? Especially when you have a bunch of guys or men or women with big urge in the boat, and everything that you see coming out of winter training tells you like that should be someone moving a boat, and then you look and they're trying to scrape the bottom of the river. So
Yep.
right now, this is Ryan Muldoon out of Clarkson in the green shell to match the green and yellow.
Jonathan Evers next to him in second, pretty clearly, and a great race between Quentin and Christian. Quentin from Oklahoma State, Christian from Clemson,
So yeah, I think
for the third spot.
the guys are a little bit lucky, whereas that first semifinal from the women's single was top heavy. It's a little bit better spread this year. So Ryan Muldoon is the silver medalist from last year.
Yeah, he had a great regatta.
The champion from last year, Ethan Penny, graduated out. Um, so Ryan Muldoon got third place at the single at Dadville and is working his way to claim that gold medal this year that he was very close to getting. And although I think the issue is
Francisco Andrade from
okay.
Texas A&M is definitely going to have something to say about that.
Yeah, we'll be talking to him in a second in the next heat. But that's where I was going. Is the field hasn't slowed down this year?
At all.
The field feels denser. It's more. It's 11 more entries than last year. So 32 crews in the men's single event. Um, and I think a lot of it is the small boat programs. We have a Virginia, and we have in this race we have a Grand Valley in the next race. But most of this is your small program.
Yeah. Although Grand Valley is not putting out the large boats that they have in the past yet. They are primarily eights and fours, but he's all John. Yeah, John Bencary while he was there, and John, we miss you every day. John was always used singles and sculls. They have a whole fleet of singles named after former coaches there, and
The race is picking up. I don't know if the live stream. Okay, the live stream has it too. The outside lane, Braden Myers is making a huge move to try and come out and take the third place spot away from what I believe is.
no, I believe that's Christian Schaefer.
No, Christian Chambers back in the comes in blue and orange. Maybe I need to take my glasses off.
I'm pretty sure that we have Christian Schaefer racing up against Quentin Koninger for that third spot.
Sorry guys.
Perfect. Yeah,
It's a great race.
it is a great race.
It's going to decide who moves on to the grand final, who moves on to the T. I think Quentin Koninger at a OK State is okay.
He is okay. He is going to be okay. He is ahead. Just a little bit though, and right now with this angle, it could be even, and we can't see, but I think he's about a length up on Christian Schaefer. Just looks like Ryan has just sort of lengthened out and has been letting the race match up below him. So he's totally in control. Now he's going up for a little bit of sprint just to get across the line for cleanness.
I think he knows who's in the next heat.
And he's across and winning.
Fastest time, so that's going to be a little bit under 7:55.
7:51 for Ryan from Clarkson. Great race there. And I think he just lengthened out and came back down because he was significantly out above that. Jonathan Evans from Waste Forest in 7:56, and then we should see Quentin from Oklahoma State in an 8:05. Let's see how close Christian was. Oh, it was Braden Myers. You were right from Alabama. I apologize, Braden. Roll Tide, exactly. But about 7 seconds back. So a clear distinction there. Andrew Prince from Virginia.
I think it's
Unless they missed a place. Christian Schaefer, 8:29 from Clemson. There you go.
I think anyone who's watching this and possibly watching singles racing for the first time by tuning in this morning, the perseverance that you need to have to sprint in a single, right? A decided sprint where you need to walk down another crew is remarkable, right? If you have to do that, it's not just a power 10. It's a sprint where you need to take those strokes and keep sustaining.
And maybe die.
Yeah,
Not literally, but yeah. Maybe have it all fall apart.
Yeah, you look at it and it might not be yielding anything, and you still have to turn off those parts of your brain that says this isn't working.
And if you're in an 8 and you sort of miss a stroke, it's not great, but there are 7 other guys who are going to pick it up and keep it going, and so you can get back on.
Any sweep boat or
If you,
4 more
yeah,
when the sprint starts, you kind of don't have a choice, and you've certainly, I mean, all these rowers have been conditioned to the spot where once they decide it's time to sprint, time to go win the race, time to
yeah,
save their race, they're not gonna turn themselves off. But in a team boat, I mean, especially in 8, the coxswain's telling you don't have a choice. You gotta keep
exactly.
going, and if you don't, you probably wouldn't be. You've probably been sea raced out of that lineup already.
So here we are with the second heat, and we'll see if we get a sprint like that because this heat seems to be really nice and tight here. So we'll see what's coming up. And from left to right on your screen, you have Lucas Root from Kansas, Wallace Tucker in lane 5 from Colorado State, Francisco Andrade from Texas A&M in lane 4, Brian Smith from Georgia out in front right now in lane 3, Wesley Reppens from Cal Poly SLO San Luis Obispo in lane 2, and Ryan Morin from Grand Valley. Wesley, if you take chemistry, I know if you took intro chemistry, I know your professor really, really well.
So not a huge surprise that Brian Smith is in the lead, and Francisco Andrade from A&M is close by. Last year's an ACRA champion, Ethan Penny, graduated, but he raced ahead of the Charles this year in the single, as did Brian Smith. Brian was 13 seconds behind him at HOCR. Didn't have that measure to work against for the rest of the year, but has been in the single
Yeah, yeah.
all year working this event.
That's great. And so he's up, but it's still tight. So there's going to be no lengthening out here to 28,
No.
just sort of going down the course, right?
What's really impressive is that early push out of Ryan Moran out of Grand Valley, who had a really good race yesterday, but I wouldn't have expected this early in the race to be holding that second spot. I would have expected Francisco Andrade to be a lot further up, but it's a long race. And
Well, see, but this is what the semifinals do. I mean, this is where for if your goal is to win, you should have the speed. If you have a realistic goal of winning, you have the speed to be able to control this heat, right, and sort of get out there and do your thing. But if you're sitting in the outside like Ryan Moren, so theoretically, based on yesterday's results, he shouldn't be in this space, right? But he's going to say, okay, now I'm going to come and lay it down. And
right.
and you don't know what he did yesterday relative to what he could do. And it's not a smart idea to, if you're someone in one of these races, to script what you think is going to happen, because this happens and then all of a sudden you're playing in your head, wait,
Right.
that Ryan kid wasn't supposed to be out there. What's he doing there? Who is that? I didn't even look at who he was. I sort of overlooked him because the other three in this shot assumed they would be up in the middle, right?
So
and,
this
and
is
here's
just
Ryan
great.
sort of saying,
Through the 12:50 mark. These guys are
he's
coming
putting on a
into
gorgeous move
our line of sight right now. Francisco is working his way back in against Wesley Reppens out of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, and I think it's not going to happen in 10 strokes, but it's going to happen over the next 250 meters.
Here's Ryan making just a really gorgeous move
Brian,
here.
right. Ryan Moran, you're right.
Ryan Moran is just making a gorgeous move here in lane 1 at 32, sort of taking some 10 and 10s to get up there with Brian Smith from Georgia just holding him off. But then the third place, again, we're going to be in this really tight race. So there's no settling out in this race for anybody, because they're going to have to go with this race behind right here from Francisco and from Wesley Reppens trying to get there. Right now we have Francisco Andrade
is pushing
ahead and trying to push up, but only by half a boat there. So they're coming into 1,500, so 500 meters to go. They're going to have to start sprinting. And a long sprint, as we were just talking about.
Right, and again, it's going to be that kind of sprint where it's not going to take 10 strokes. It's not going to be the gratification of it isn't going to pay off right away. You just got to dig your heels in, literally in some cases, dig your heels in and keep making that sprint work for what's going to be 400 meters now.
So
line of sight.
as they come past us, we have a great race, a great sprint here already starting from Francisco and Wesley. And they are bow to stern. They're bow ball to bow ball.
Out of Texas A&M here.
Big move there, though, out of Francisco to see if he can get there. And they are pulling back into Ryan Moran. I think he has enough space. Brian Smith has said, "I'm getting myself out of here."
Yeah.
So he's picked it up, and he's
look
now
at how smooth that
higher.
is too. That
and
is such a good
smooth.
flow.
So one of the ways he's doing it is just by being so efficient, moving himself a little bit away from the buoys there. You could see that one stroke where he pulled around just a little bit with his left hand. And there's the sprint going, and they're coming up into Ryan. Looks like Francisco has gotten himself even on there. And maybe as we turn around, maybe it's hard to tell now with
Wow.
the thing, but a
I
great
think
race we're going to watch all to the end.
Wesley Rippins maybe pushed himself back into third here.
But Ryan is holding it off, and it
Uh,
just looks like Francisco has gotten out sprinted here. But we'll see. It's still tight.
this is
They're
going to go right
maybe
down.
10 strokes away from the finish line here. So, again, you see Wesley
Yeah,
Reppins pushing up on Ryan, maybe overtaking him, and maybe on the angle, it's hard for us to tell. Maybe Francisco's still up in there,
I
but
think
here comes the finish, and I believe Ryan has gotten himself back out in front of
really well
Wesley,
done.
just barely.
Photo finish for
Oh,
second
maybe
and
not.
third.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see second, third, and fourth is all. They're all gonna be really, really tight. We can let you know that that Brian Smith won that in a
So
7:54,
3 seconds off of Ryan Muldoon's comfortable, comfortable
comfortably
lead.
comfortable 7:51 in the other heat.
Yeah, so we're looking
Um,
at tenth of a second between Ryan and Wesley, the Grand Valley and Cal Poly crew, and almost two
two
seconds.
tenths, 2 tenths.
So
Oh,
congratulations to all those crews, both moving to the A and B final. Really well raced while
yeah,
suckers through the line. I know A&M, this is their first year attending ACRA, and I'm sure they're going to be thrilled with their racing this weekend and how it's going to
yeah.
raise the
But
program
just
heights
a
for the
great
next
sprint
year.
there from Wesley Reppins from Cal Poly to push up into Ryan and getting Ryan to
Yeah.
respond. And Francisco just
Good.
unfortunately a little bit on the other side.
We are going to get the women's double semifinal number 1 started, another top 3, and we'll be back with you in just a sec.
Racing in those singles races.
Absolutely. Yeah. The level of composure and actual racing tactics in those singles events is really impressive from these college athletes. Uh, Both the first women's heat and the second men's heat coming down to the wire. Last stroke had to count. Um, and the women's second semifinal also decided by what turned out to be just a few strokes at the end when a crab um, messed up someone's placing a final placement. So hopefully it's going to be more exciting rowing in the double, a little bit faster, a little bit more of a team boat event as you have your bow and your stroke together, working together, so you're not out there all by
Well,
yourself.
and we have second place in the first heat at 7:56, and then two 7:57s in the second semifinal. So it's going to be really, really tight there on in the medal race later in the
Absolutely,
final as
yeah.
well. If you want to see the photo finish, you can go to HereNow.com and find the results, and they will put up an amazing finish here between lanes 1 and 2. Um, just an incredible image up there. So all the information you need at HereNow.com for this whole regatta. If you'd like to go look there. So now we have the women's semifinal number 2, and they seem to be, well, we don't have a running time, so hard to
But we
know.
have a nice lead here from, I believe that is going to be the Michigan State Club in lane 4. Maybe it
Nope, they're in
is
red, so
red. It is Lafayette.
it's Lafayette.
Sorry, Lafayette. Um,
Red and green are not the same color.
great work so far in this. This is a really powerful swing and a really quick boat movement out of this at a pretty low rate. They're not trying to juice it and go super hard. They're just using their power. Quick hands out. Really nice flow. So that's the crew out of Lafayette. When we get them all back on the screen, we also have the Jaguars from Ooey Pooey here. We have Texas. We have Michigan State, New St. Andrews out of Idaho, and Colorado State all in this race together. I think the Michigan State Club will be pushing up to try and take one of those top 3 spots, as they, I think, were silver medalists in this event last year. I don't remember if it is the same athletes. My apologies. But until then, we've seen a lot of really good movement in the Lafayette small boat cruise so far this weekend, and the same for the past few years. Fours, doubles, pairs, and singles. They've done a really good job training these small boats to really run out and be aggressive. So there's the Michigan State crew in the second place spot. So in the Lafayette crew leading is Catherine Schucht and Lucy Harrobin. And the first place spot. And the second place spot is the Michigan State Catherine Roach and Delaney Cram. We are looking at the Texas crew, Joyce Zhu and Sophie Purify in the third place spot, but being tightly contested by the New St. Andrews crew, Cheris Montgomery and Abigail Annenson. Water's still very clean, ideal conditions for the best racing possible. Lafayette's starting to pick it up to a good swing into proceeding a sprint, while these other 3 crews are starting to level out against each other. Texas, New St. Andrews, and Michigan State all coming down to the wire to see who's going to take the second and third place spot. One of these crews is not going to advance to the grand final despite a really well-rode race. Michigan State is swinging for make their sprint increase speed. The New St. Andrews crew is doing a little bit more on the front end. We're going to see which strategy pays off. Michigan State holding off this move from both of those crews, but I think the New St. Andrews crew will be taking another seat or 2, fading just a little bit, maybe because Michigan State is picking up and holding that rate. Taking a quick check, that rate is up. There we go. See, there's the New St. Andrews crew coming even with Michigan State. Mich State holding about 2 or 3 beats higher than New St. Andrews, and I think both of them holding off Texas just a little bit, but I don't think the Longhorns are going to be going quietly into the end of the race here. All crews in the red buoys. Jaguars and Colorado State holding up the outside lanes of this race. And New St. Andrews has now walked half a length up on Michigan State, who are keeping it very internal, not super worried at what's around them, but I think the field is starting to walk away from them. And a remarkable surprise, Lafayette holding a really commanding lead here. You can see their puddles from a couple hundred meters away. They're about to hit the line. They are through, posting our first time in the women's double. But I think we're going to see Texas and New St. Andrews surprise the whole field and take that second and third spot. New St. Andrews coming through for that second place, but Michigan State is holding off Texas. The View, I read too much into the View a little bit earlier. What a move from New St. Andrews there, Montgomery and Annenson. They were down on both Michigan State and Texas after the 1K mark and over about 20 strokes asserted themselves back in and then picked it up in the sprint from there. Really well done. Texas through the line, Colorado State through the line, and the Jaguars are making their way through the line just now. So that sorts out the first half of your grand final and your petite final, semifinal number 2 coming up now.
Exactly. In this semifinal number 2, there are actually 7 crews, and I was trying to figure out why we have a 7th crew in there. It's Illinois out in lane 7. That doesn't mean they're the 7th crew, but there's got to be a reason, and perhaps we can find that out from a referee or something
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
interesting because there wasn't any misadventure yesterday. There wasn't any
Not that I know of. Yeah.
issues with the starts or finishes. There's no protests that we saw.
So we have in lane 7, all the way on your left there, Ananya Mani and Ella Georges from Illinois. Next to them, we have Caitlin McManus and Graham Chewton Black from Vermont. Again, Vermont having just shown some really nice sculling in the women's single. In lane 5, we have Grace Breed and Madison Weichman from Penn State. In the middle lane, we have Kennedy Coffin and Sophia Segura from Virginia, who had a nice race yesterday, and they are right up with Sophia Koth and Marisa Bukoff of Virginia Commonwealth. Those 2 crews out in front, really with a very nice race going. Not too far behind them, Isabella Crosby and Anna Morrissey from Middlebury, who was having a great day yesterday. And then from North Georgia, all the way on the right side of your screen, Isabella Stickley and Peyton Tharp. So again, those two lead crews out there, Virginia and Virginia Commonwealth, is that correct?
Yeah, VCU and Virginia have seen each other a couple times so far this spring in this event, and they're neighbors as being in the same state, but they're not sharing the same city. This UVA double I believe they got first at SIRAs, and then both of these crews raced at the regatta a weekend or 2 ago, the Women's Small Boat Initiative. Did you see that?
I didn't. Tell me more about it.
I'm learning more about it as we go, but crews like Xavier University of Louisiana, VCU, the club women from Virginia, Gordon, all race small boats in the single, double, I believe, pair, and quad there, which is really great to see, both club and NIA level rowing that is focusing on the small boats, right? They're
Yeah,
outside of UVA, pretty small
Xavier, a
schools.
new varsity program in the NAIA, one of the rare programs that is in a minority-serving institution, a
Well, it's the
historically black
first
university.
co-ed HBCU program.
Yeah, the firsts are hard because there was rowing, for example, in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, and Howard University
at
had a
Howard
team.
had a team back in the 70s or 80s.
I'm just saying, thinking
Um,
co-ed. I thought that was a men's
yeah,
only team.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I think that's one of the things is we don't always know the history of things that happen in communities that aren't as
But
represented
Xavier
in our
University of
sport.
Louisiana has been doing a really good job with their initiative, taking the team from club now to NIA level varsity rowing. Coach Tamara Crowder, doing a great job there. But in the lead right now, yeah. So we have the VCU crew just ahead of the UVA crew.
And you can see a difference in the rowing here if you're looking. You can see the Virginia women really pushing to hard to try and stay up there. Almost, there's a lot of energy in that rowing there, but not necessarily as efficient as the Virginia Commonwealth women
Right.
who looked like they were going easier, perhaps just because they're going more efficiently.
Right, and I think these two, they've seen each other enough, and so the UVA crew doing so well at SIRAs and VCU at the Women's Small Boat Initiative really putting their mettle to the test. So not surprising here that they're overlapping. Slight lead from VCU, but we got 600 or 550 meters to go.
And we'll see.
If
We'll
this
see where
sculling
they
race is
come.
going to be like anything we've seen so far, it's going to come down to the wire. Just a
Yeah,
little bit on
and,
the outside.
and even though they've
is-
had these opportunities to sort of go earlier in the season, they're still like any other rower here, trying
Yeah,
to like really peak at a championship. So they may be rowing at a level of speed that they haven't been all spring.
right. And I believe this third place crew is Middlebury. I see the cow print oars now.
Yeah.
So this is Isabella Crosby, Anna Morrissey. They had a good day yesterday, as did all of their teammates in the eights. I believe these two athletes are the first two out from the 1V Middlebury, and I don't remember if they brought a 2V8, but really strong rowers. And knowing the coaches at Middlebury, they do love the sculls. They do love the small boats, so I'm sure they spent a good amount of time in these shells. So a little bit of a firm front end that's going to turn into a pretty powerful swing. They're starting to pick up the pick up the pace to finish off this piece, even though they're not going to overlap with
So
the
we have a
Virginia
clear
crews.
race of 3, and then about 150 meters open, and then leading the second race here is the crew from
Illinois.
Illinois, Ananya Mani and Ella Georges. They've been rowing together in that boat since spring break, where they started training together. Really quite a good pair together, both in terms of their rowing and in terms of just the attitude that they feed off each other really nicely
That's
as a
great.
pair.
Yeah, you spent a lot of time with them.
I was down there working with them that week and sort of been following them all year.
Trailing a little bit behind them is the North Georgia and the Penn State crew, followed by Vermont. And we are in the red buoys. We are in the final sprint, but I believe we're going to have this standing hold. VCU is going to hold off Virginia. Neither of them seem to be making a distinct move, right, to change
No,
the 1-2 standing.
and they don't really need to necessarily. I mean, I think if you never know what the crew wants to do and what their emotional makeup is. It does look like the Virginia women have been pushing to try and get back in. So I don't think Virginia Commonwealth has just been able
Correct.
to sort of come off. And if they've been racing each other, there's a little bit of pride still sitting on the line. They both went across the line there pretty quickly. We just heard the
And
horn.
so they are both going to finish faster than that Lafayette crew that just had the whole field to themselves by 20 seconds. Lafayette finishing around 8:25. Understanding that they probably did not push to their 101%.
They weren't
They
asked
didn't
to,
have to, right?
but
They're so
we'll
far ahead.
see, right?
But the top three crews from this one all the same speed or faster than the lead crew from the first heat, making for what's going to
But
be a really exciting grand
that
final.
Middlebury crew putting down about the same time, so same class of speed
Yes.
anyway. So that should be an interesting race there. Um,
So they will all be in position to medal tomorrow.
Absolutely. And so now we're going back to pick up the men's double semifinal one, already underway. Uh, and that is, again, the top 3 will go to the grand final, and 4, 5, and 6 will go to the B final. As they're coming at you, on the left, you have Charlie Yoakum and Evan Gemble from Clemson. Next to them, you have Luke Hummel and Ethan Winkler from George Mason. Then Ethan Blackwell and Jordan Lewis from Auburn. Moving over further to the right, we have Emanuele Olivieri and Luke Mastrian from Texas. Then in lane 3, then Issa Noaman and Holden Gent from Pittsburgh in lane 2. Josh Morgan and Elias Bayer from Vermont in lane 1. A fairly well overlapped group of boats there. About 2 minutes in still, so that's some pretty good basic speed. It looks like we have Texas out in front there, just a little bit over Auburn. And also we have George Mason sticking their nose up, and those are the lead 3 crews right now. Clemson, Evan, and Charlie are still in that push.
Yeah, it's a really
then,
tight opening,
absolutely.
500, 600 meters.
And then Vermont and Pittsburgh sitting there in another race, sort of on the right side, but not too far back. So again, 3 to go through. 3 crews a little bit up front, and a 4th just sort of holding off on it. And a nice move here coming up. I believe that is George Mason putting a move, Ethan and Luke putting a move to try and move along with the Texas crew of Luke and Emanuele. And they're now putting their bow balls out a little bit more in front of Auburn, that being Jordan and Ethan. And Jordan and Ethan overlapped still with who's that going to be out in lane 6? Clemson, uh, Evan, and Charlie Oakham. So getting a little bit of separation now, maybe out of the Texas crew. As you can see up there, it's still going to be a heck of a race for third, I think, if Charlie and Evan from Clemson can get themselves up and push into a little bit into the crew
Yeah, and
next to
this
them.
this event is, at least this heat of it, is all fully represented by small boats programs. This is, and the next one have Cal Poly Humboldt, their only crew here. Um, Auburn has been in the small boats this weekend. Pretty much everybody, no eights across. There might be a Vermont eight. So these are some of their top athletes, and we're seeing it. Clemson athletes have spent most of the year together. They raced Dad Vales together, but I think we're still looking for some speed after that race. Texas is. It's nice for us that they're not in the same heat as A&M. I don't know if that's how much of a rivalry that is, but two schools in state.
I don't think they like each other very
I don't
much.
think exactly. So I think they're both hoping to see each other in the final, and all of the A&M small boats crews, coached by Sarah McQuaid, have been doing a really great job this weekend as building on this year. So I imagine
And we will
they'll
say
duke
that
it
was
out
a
with
reference to
Texas.
the two schools, not to the individual rowers. They
Thank
may
you.
be
Yeah,
great friends.
they may be. Um, but yeah, there's a pretty even spread here. But that fight for third place is going to get tricky as crews start to make their way into the last 500 meters of the race.
But if it's going to be tricky, they've got to throw their trick now.
Yeah. So yeah, that
Um,
Texas crew is. I love actually the way they picked up. Maybe they're doing a little bit of a move coming through the last 500. The boat is just sailing along, and they've picked up the rate, but they're really
Absolutely.
stretchy on how they take the stroke. So it's not like we see a bunch of water flying around. They're not trying to hammer it. It's
36
just
and a half, which is
really
pretty
smooth
nice. It
movement.
doesn't look like it's 37 there.
That's great to see.
And behind them, from George Mason, sitting at about a 34 and a half, which is a little bit more what we'd see. But now we're starting to see a sprint here out of
Out of Auburn.
out of Auburn.
Yeah, so
And
they're trying to close in on that. Who's that? That Pittsburgh crew? No, that
so Auburn there is trying to move away a little bit. Um,
Oh, Clemson's working their way up on Auburn.
yes.
Sorry, the blue and orange is catching me off guard. But that's a really great move by Auburn. Not as stretchy as the Texas crew as they pick it up, but everything is, core to shoulders to hips to knees are locked and loaded, connected to the shell as they pick it up. So they're not
I
swinging
wish
right
you
away.
could see Eddie right now because he's
Yeah.
actually doing it in the seat.
Pantomiming.
He's actually coaching them from the shore. It's great though. So here, there's been a nice little move in the last 300 meters, probably practicing their sprint. And when they said it's time to move, Texas just moved, which was good to see. So we'll see a finish here pretty quickly. Hear the finish horn from where we are.
It's just a little further away from the finish than we thought. Still clear, perfect water. Plenty of room to see your puddles when you go back and do the video review on this.
And there we are with the finish. That's Texas across first.
Time to beat 7:18.
Actually, that came in fairly quickly. So George Mason second in a 7:25. I think we're going to see Auburn next. Yep. Blackwell and Lewis from Auburn.
About a second and a half.
Second and a half, 2.5 behind. And
Here
then
comes Clemson, really close.
Clemson just 6/10 out of making the A final. So they pushed up pretty nicely there in the last 300 or 400 meters. So you can sort of see where the racing is critical in these semifinals and where the tightness of the racing, where something really is on the line, you're going to get these efforts that of people really throwing it out because they have to do it now to get where they want to be. So we're moving into the second semifinal here. We'll see what happens there.
I think this one's gonna be a real
A barn
fight.
burner.
Yeah.
From the left, we have Grand Valley, Stephen Warner, and Aiden Miller. Next to them, from Cal Poly Humboldt, Cooper Jordan and Theophil Labus. From Chicago, we have Torsai Kiernan and Aditya Singh. And then Texas A&M in lane 3, Cameron Berg and Andrew Willis. From Lafayette, we have Christian Marlin and Patrick Mayer. And from the Uipui Jaguars, we have Owen Davis and Daniel Johnson all the way to the right. At this point, still only a minute in, so they're still in their start sequence. We have, it looks like Chicago just barely sticking their nose out, and maybe Cal Poly next to them. But we still have 6 boats across in contact from 1 to 6. And now, as they're coming into their base, we'll start to see a little bit more where the speed is. But if there are 4 boats across, no one's going to let their base speed go here.
No, no. Yeah, University of Chicago would be really great to see them taking the lead here. They are not bookended, but they are sharing lanes side by side with A&M and Cal Poly Humboldt. Cal Poly Humboldt won WIRA in the double this year. This is their only crew representing their first tour at ACRA. A&M was, I think, second or third at SIRA's along with Texas, but the gold medal double from William and Mary did not come this weekend, so they are hoping to be one of the faster crews representing that region. But it looks like it's that crew out. Yeah, so Cal Poly Humboldt's making a move to try and push up into A&M Chicago's space, but no one's really defined themselves as the second or third spot crew. Everyone's pretty much holding on, even that lane 1 crew, the Jaguars out at Uipui.
Yeah, so Texas A&M and Cal Poly there, moving into a race for first, but still connected with Chicago with Torsai Kiernan and Aditya Singh, who are still connected to the Lafayette crew of Christian Marlin and Patrick Meyer. And it's only 3 minutes in. They're 750, 800 meters in. You can sort of tell where the left shore comes back in and out there. That's they're well done through and into the base. So you can just see a great race here going on. Cal Poly now having more of a lead. They seem to have been putting a really nice move on there to get up in front. Let's check a rating. They're at about 29 or 30, so well under control. Nice long press, but the press is moving them
It's an aggressive 30.
away right now from Texas A&M. The Aggies at a 35. So much more sort of efficient press on the water there from the rowers from Humboldt in the green boat. You can see a really tight race, however, there between Chicago and Lafayette to get that third spot. And now, as we're sort of going, both the Jaguars and Grand Valley are settling in and showing that they are B final crews here.
Which is going to be a fight in the B final as well.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure this event has as many entries as that single event did, but the sculling is well represented here. Nobody's cakewalking their way into the B final.
But again, this gorgeous continuing move from Cal Poly out there, Humboldt out there in the green boat, continuing to sort of press and move away. Nothing. You can make these boats move really quickly suddenly if you need to, but over the course of 2,000 meters, you have to be able to have good watts. So I'm in my 60s, and I learned something new last week
Tell me about it.
from Nick Parker, who is the lightweight coach at Columbia,
Yeah, he's
who
pretty
is
good at
a
this.
brilliant, brilliant coach. And I'm a historian, so this was new to me, the difference between watts and joules. Watts is the average over time of your power. Joules is what you have in any single stroke,
Right.
isolated a little bit. So that was new to me, and you have to have it's something that we already coach as coaches about when you have to push right now
Right.
and what you have to maintain over the entire course. Shout out to Nick Parker for helping me think about that. Um, and what you can do in these small boats is you can absolutely jam the joules up individually, and it affects the watts right over a long
Yeah.
time. But it's in a way that in a bigger boat it's harder to be able to necessarily do that. So um, as Cal Poly has wanted to move away, um, uh, Texas,
Texas is holding
Texas,
is
not
holding on the A&M. So
Texas A&M, yeah.
the drone shot right now is great. It's beautiful, but if it is making it feel like it's a wide open race, I think that's just because there's a lane between them. Texas is just barely not overlapping with
Texas
Cal
A&M,
Poly. Yeah, sorry,
yeah.
Texas A&M. Yeah, I'm gonna get in trouble for that.
There you go.
A&M just barely not overlapping with this Cal Poly crew. I think just a little bit lower rate, but both crews just really letting the shell float every time the oars are out of the water because they have a
Just
really connected
just look
swing.
how efficient and gorgeous that is. I wish they were a little bit more matched in their angle. Their stroke seat is getting a little bit more depth into his catch, depth of angle, not depth in the water. Um, and now it's hooked up a little bit better so that they're applying the power together. The bowman, very body under control. The stroke a little bit more,
Mm-hmm. And
sort
you know
of.
what they're racing in?
Yes, tell me.
Racing in a Vespoli.
They are racing in a Vespoli, that nice green Vespoli. And Vespoli here is a sponsor of the regatta. Thank you very much to all the owners who work at Vespoli
Yes,
USA. It is an
employee-owned
employee-owned
manufacturer.
company now, and they have really actually Vespoli in many ways is the company that made U.S. rowing not rowing in the United States
Yes,
possible
yes.
because they were
Congrats to
able
Cal
to
Poly Humboldt.
fill a need for affordable, well-produced boats
Well produced, yeah.
with a national network, and they were the first ones really to do
And
all of
Mike
that.
Vespoli also has a really big legacy in club rowing. He used to coach at UMass back
Yep,
in, I believe, the 70s, and that was a really important era for the program. And then he started Oklahoma State's program.
there you
Is that
go.
right?
That is correct.
Um,
So
so there's more
the
that
the
I'm sure
lead
I'm missing
three
out here.
here: Cal Poly Humboldt 724, Texas A&M second at 730, Chicago at 741. So actually fairly well stripped out. But then Lafayette, not that far off, a second and a half behind Chicago. So again, we're seeing that inflection point between 3 and 4 be where the tight result is because those two crews in particular really actually had their progression on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. But Cal Poly Humboldt, a couple seconds behind the lead crew from A&M.
Yep. So that's the men's double, um, and those two crews have been figured out. So having talked a little bit about Vespoli and that the boat right there, we're now going to show you a little bit of Vespoli and what they do to bring you high quality racing shells at an affordable price with great service. So, Mike Vespoli, if you're out there listening in, thank you for all you did for rowing and what you did for boatmanship and boat creation here, and setting a standard that every other boat manufacturer has had to match in the United States and Canada. So we're now moving from 4 oars and 2 rowers to 2 oars and 2 rowers, from the double to the pair. If you're new to rowing, the the difference in when you see them written out in our little shorthand is 2x. If anything has an X on it, it is sculling. If it has a minus on it, it uh, it does not. It's sweep rowing, as we call it, one person, one oar. Um, if it has a plus on it, it also is usually, with one small exception, well, two exceptions, I guess, it's usually sweep rowing. There is at times a coxed quad, which would be a X plus, um, and sometimes an octuple, which is a coxed 8 sculler boat, which would be an 8X plus. But in general, if you see an X, it means sculling. It always means sculling. And if you see a minus or a plus, it's about whether there's a coxswain there or not. But without the X, it is not sculling. It is sweep rowing. So getting ready for this women's pair, and I'm going to let Eddie take over a little bit and call this one for you.
So we are still in the blocks here. Semifinal number 1 is just like the other ones we've seen so far this morning. Top 3 to grand final. Next 4 to the B final, or next cruise after that. From the left side to the right side of your screen, you're going to see University of Cincinnati Bearcats. Then you will see Grand Valley, Laker Navy, William and Mary, Oklahoma State, Kansas State, Arizona State. Well represented regions. Working right now to move themselves into the blocks to make sure they have the best start possible. Great conditions up at the start right now. Nothing was bad yesterday, but a little bit of a crosswind, just a little bit harder to get into the blocks. And we saw some of those 8s later in the day, even in the varsity event, that the a little bit of the wind and a lot of the power these guys and women were throwing down on the course, the shells were having a little bit of trouble steering into the starting 400 meters of the race. So a lot calmer today, hopefully nothing getting in the way of a good course. As we wait, if you are just joining us this morning, just want to welcome you to Oak Ridge Rowing Association on Melton Lake, down in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, to the ACRA National Championship. We're really happy to be back here for another year at Oak Ridge. This course has been home to the regatta for a good amount of time now. It's been a really great course, a little bit more central to all the clubs that participate, after a good amount of time at Gainesville for the first few years of the regatta. We are being broadcast by HereNow. You can also find results live from the events, also hosted by HereNow on their website. And we are sponsored this year by Vespoli and by Gatorade. Just a little bit more work from these crews, a couple of them kind of pointing back towards the middle of the course at one another, so we don't want that. Great work. The volunteers who are out there, for anyone who hasn't watched the start of a rowing race before, on that dock there, the stake boats are sticking out, and volunteers are out there all day long except for their lunch break, holding onto boats, aligning them, making sure that the bow balls align for the fair start to the race. Because shells are almost all about the same size, but there's some small specifications here, so you might pull one crew in a little bit more, push one out a little bit more to make sure the bow balls are aligned, and then make sure they're on the right spot. In the system of the sport, typically there's a start to the race time, and the officials will call it as soon as they're ready, which means that athletes are lined up safely down their lane on the course, but it will hit a point where if the refs are ready and your point is good enough, but maybe not as good as the person next to you, they're not going to wait for you to fix it because they have a schedule to maintain and a race to run. So sometimes, especially in the small boats here, single, double, four quad, um, less experienced crews can put themselves in a position where they don't get the best start possible because they're waiting a little bit too late in the 2 minutes before their race to make a change. Sometimes it's not in their control. The wind's too much, keeps pushing them around. Right now, again, really calm conditions. I don't think not even a trail from the other boats in the event ahead of them is going to affect their course. And they're off into the first 100 meters, almost through the breakage area. Very clean start from all crews. A little bit of movement from that middle lane, lane 4, working their way back in. And we are live. Race is in full effect. All crews off to a great start. So again, from the left side to the right side of your screen, you have the Bearcats out of University of Cincinnati. Grand Valley, they've seen each other recently at regional events. William & Mary out of Virginia, Oklahoma State, Kansas State, and then Arizona State. The Cincinnati and the Grand Valley crews, who are on lanes 6 and 5, left and right, they've seen each other, I think, most recently at ACRA, in which the Cincinnati pair finished ahead of Grand Valley. Not sure exactly if this is the same lineup, because I know Grand Valley has a good amount of crews in the 8s and 4s, but definitely seen each other before. In this middle lane, lane 4, just slightly ahead of the rest of the pack, is the William & Mary crew. This is Elizabeth Bocock and Len Forer. I believe this is their first weekend racing the pair this season. They've mostly been in the women's varsity 4, their bow pair. They spent a lot of time together, but it's a really big change to change boat class all of a sudden to end the season. To their right, Oklahoma State and Kansas State look like they are holding the closest margin to the leader right now, and the crew out of Arizona State just a little bit behind the pace of the field. So again, top 3 are going to move to the grand final here right now. There's just enough margin where it should be those crews out of William & Mary, Oklahoma State, Kansas State trying to control the race early. But this is an event where, a lot like the single, the positions can change really quickly, whether it is misadventure or error, catching a crab, hitting a buoy, or because they have sweep oars, right? So big blades, 1 oar per person, they can really start to haul on it and pick up some speed in only a few strokes. So we'll see who employs what strategy. This crew out of Kansas State and Oklahoma State also have gotten to see each other a good amount. They race each other at a Plains Regional Championship. So a lot of regional work in between here. A little bit of challenge steering in that Grand Valley crew. And I think one of the best things right now for the William & Mary crew, that tribe crew, is just efficiency. Not a lot of extra steering, not an extra lot of looking around. They are rowing their own race and just in control of their rhythm. Not quite to the 1K mark here yet, but comfortable long rate, maybe 32, maybe 34, and really great spacing on the puddles. Just very still water today. You can see the algae bloom and there's no wind pushing things around, so you can see just how far away they're getting. In a small boat like this, their puddle should absolutely pass by the stern, but as athletes, you're hoping to get that stern as far away from those puddles as possible. So how much open water can you produce stroke after stroke? The OK State crew has pushed themselves slightly ahead of the Kansas State crew. Nice work out of that crew out of Stillwater. A lot of really great spacing here from all these boats right now. Just really long loping strokes. And yeah, I think all those Plains region crews are really walking away from those Great Lakes regions crews. Looks like Kansas State's starting to push back into Oklahoma State's lead here, but they are both in really good position without error to make their way to the grand final. So at this point, so we've talked about this morning, um, the racing here is so hard to qualify, even in every level event, for a grand final. So we're never really seeing any crews that are just resigning themselves to whatever place, whatever final they might make it to. No one shuts it down just because they're unhappy with their placement in the first 1K. You're going to see a lot of crews race for the best lane and also to show that they have one of the better times going into that next great race, really trying to assert some dominance over the field. So I think the Kansas State crew has picked it up just another notch or two. I'm going to check that rate in a second when we see him back on. Really good squeeze and send from the tribe here. Patient bodies out of the bow in this Philippi show, but not getting themselves stuck at the finish. They're not in a hurry to move the seat out of the bow, but not letting it sit in the back of the tracks for too long. Really good pickup in that front end, and I think they're just watching the rest of the field. If anyone does make a move, they can absorb it and then make another if they feel like they need to get ahead. I think they're going to try to put down the fastest time of the heat to see if they have the fastest time of the two semifinals before the next one comes along. Good conditions as everyone gets closer to the 1,500-meter mark to close out the first 3/4 of this race. And yeah, we have a really strong lead from William and Mary, then followed by Oklahoma State, Kansas State. The Cincinnati crew has asserted themselves really far ahead of Grand Valley here, and are kind of making their way back into the orbit of Kansas State. So if they're not careful, that Cincinnati Bearcat crew might make a move to take over Kansas State's third place spot here. It's funny, beautiful drone shot here, but sometimes when you're just a few lanes apart, it's hard for us to see just how close they are to each other. But it's just as hard for the athletes to see that a crew's so close. If you're 2-3 lanes away, your peripheral can see them. They can see this crew coming. But once they're side by side, they're not totally aware of whose bow ball is going to be overlapped. And the Bearcats are making a huge surge right now. They've been on a sprint since before the 500-meter mark. That rate hasn't subsided. I think, like some of the single scullers we saw this morning, they're going to take this sprint until it taps out. All right, they're going to make the course finish before their will is going to do. So they're really moving up into Kansas State's space, water space, in this last 400 meters. Grand Valley on the chase after that, still ahead of the Arizona State crew. Here's our tribe pair from the women's program at William and Mary. Just about to hit the red buoys. And keeping it long and strong. Again, just watching the field. Interesting difference in the handle grip here. Bow having a really wide grip, really strong front end, whereas stroke having that narrow grip, getting a little bit more out of the outside hang of it all. But this boat can be so hard to steer if there's any difference in erg score or just power applied to the boat. You know, accidentally one person could just turn the boat on their partner. These two look really in sync, and they figured out just what makes the boat move as simply straight down the course as possible. Really good spacing and placing here as they charge through. Just a little bit under 100 meters to go before they finish this first race of their, or second race of their weekend. Through the line is William and Mary in first place. I think we will see Oklahoma State following up in second, but it's past my line of vision. It's going to be a surprise if the Bearcats make it through in third. I think Kansas State held them off. No! They got passed on that outside lane, bottom of your screen. Not quite on the drone. Let's see if this stands. University of Cincinnati worked their way back up from pretty far back in that first 1K to take third and qualify for the grand finals in tenths of a second. I think that's going to be a photo finish. If you go to HereNow.com, you can both see the results, and if there is a photo finish, you'll see that in the results. Congratulations to all crews qualifying for the grand final and those who are going to be leading the way at the petite final tomorrow. Good. And all crews from that first semifinal are through. Meanwhile, semifinal number 2 of the women's pair is on the course. Once again, grand final is going to be the top 3 crews out of this event, followed by the petite final placement of the remaining crews in the event. We have, from the left side or the right side of your screen, UC Davis, that is Sienna Smith and Dia Murthy. You have Texas crew, Robin Giles and Lauren Kanzi. Virginia UVA Club Rowing, Elizabeth Freisinger and Ava Amato. Liberty, also out of Virginia, Elena Deegan and Allie Reed. Lafayette Crew, Olivia Frank, Naomi Springer-Galst. And the VCU Club, Olivia Cruzado and Helen McDowell. I believe they had a great race yesterday in this event. I remember saying their name very often. And I'd say this is going to be a much tighter semifinal than the one we just saw, in which a lot of these crews are around the same speed, even though they haven't seen each other as frequently as some of those others did, right? We said we had some ACRA racing together in those Great Lakes regions crews and some plains racing in those Midwest crews. Right now, Virginia looks like they're leading the charge, as they have been in a lot of these small boat events for the women's club. I believe this pair is similar to their double, in which they had a really good season of racing. I'm not sure if it's the same athletes as last year. Close on their side is that Liberty crew, who are just slightly ahead of Lafayette there. Lafayette women's double having a commanding lead in their semifinal already this morning, and I'm sure this group of athletes out of Eastern Pennsylvania also want to have a grand final presence with their teammates before the weekend's over. In contention for the grand final in that 4th and 5th place spot right now are the crews out of VCU and Texas, both very good in the small boats categories. Great send and swing out of this UVA crew. Really confident front end and follow through. Great shell they have right here, and really aggressive rate. Not super high, not something that they're going to have to fade off of later, but they're really putting their pedal to the metal. I think it will be a high possibility that they put down a faster time in this semifinal than the winner of the last semifinal, the William and Mary crew did, just off of pace alone. And also they have a little bit less cushion than that William and Mary crew did. So they're going to make sure they get that open water. They can see the whole field, and they won't shut down at that point, but can confidently row the end of their race. Liberty is a little bit more in the mix. I think it is the Texas crew that's actually coming up into their water space and putting them to the test. A little bit of extra steering happening out of here for Liberty. I was talking about it in the last race. A lot of that is the fact that with one oar per person, any difference in erg speed, boat moving speed, just depth of the blade in the water, can accidentally turn the shell on your teammate, right? Left to right, port to
The
starboard.
length of the arc of the
The length of
stroke.
the arc. So a lot of time in the pair, you could put your two fastest athletes in there, but it might not work right away until they figure out how to row this boat but get better together. I think this Liberty crew has had a lot of time together. They raced at max against some other crews that are here, like Penn State. But in racing situation, especially when you're really trying to work your way through, it's hard just to make a move and outpull because you might pull your boat around and make it a little bit harder. Because at this point, Texas has walked through to overtake Liberty as they are getting close to that 1,500-meter mark. Both crews it's still in condition to make it to the grand final, but Texas, as their men have been doing in the small boat so far this morning, really wanting to be one of the faster crews appearing in the grand final tomorrow.
And the interesting thing here at this point, we often think in rowing that what breaks down is your physiology,
Right.
your lungs are absolutely aching for oxygen, et cetera, et cetera. But interestingly, what the research shows is that the first thing to break down is your neural network.
Yeah, yeah.
So that precisely it shows up in these small boats because if your nerves can't actually make the muscles do the right thing at the right time, then in a boat like this,
Right,
it can be disastrous.
You get to the bottom of the pull apart. It's like I think I could do another, but like I can't get myself to lift up. So actually, got a quick reminder that all three of these crews in the lead of this race have seen each other at SIRA's Southern Interscholastic
CIRA, yeah,
Intercollegiate
Rowing
Championship.
Association.
And pretty much this spread, I think it was UVA, Texas, and then Liberty in this spot. UVA. They won the pair event at Sierra, and then I think they did the same at that Women's Small Boat Invitational or Initiative. I can't remember what the I is. So I think they are very confident, and now they have opened up on the field in that comfortable spot where when they hit the red buoys, they might pick it up to a sprint because that's how they race, but they're not working extra hard to reclaim a spot. Texas, I really loved that close-up on the stroke woman's stroke. Actually, I have her name here. Lauren Kanzi, I really loved it. There was a really good stretchiness in that torso to the shoulders to the arm that's really efficient and effective in the pair. Again, you can overpower it. You can get a little bit too much in the upper body, but there was a really strong hang out of there with a leg drive just looked like a piston firing through an engine. It was really good attack on the seat. And that's probably why they've moved so far ahead of this Liberty crew, who are doing a great job asserting themselves ahead of the rest of the field in position to make it to a grand final.
So yeah, a little bit stretched out here in the pair. This Virginia crew just looking quite strong. Elizabeth and Ava, and the Virginia women, club women, always focused in small boats all year. There just aren't enough of them. Virginia, on the varsity level, having one of the better women's programs in the country, and with Coach Wes Ing really putting down some ridiculously fast times for a women's 8 in the two, like as in elite international level times under 6:10.
Yeah.
And they share a boathouse. It's actually one of the best relationships between a varsity program and a club program. Technically, the men own the boathouse, and the women pay rent. So it's been a great way of funding the Virginia program when a lot of other places where the women have gone varsity have sort of separated themselves.
Right, and a lot of that is, Frank Biller has been there for such a long time and has created the men's institution to be successful and a really great presence in Charlottesville. But all that leads back to Kevin Sauer, who was the women's varsity head coach for a long time and a club coach preceding ACRA, but at Purdue.
He was at Purdue, and he was one of the first really sort of Midwest club coach to beat Wisconsin.
Yeah.
On the men's varsity 8, which was
so
a big deal.
when he got to Virginia, it was one of those things like I not only do I respect club rowing, like I lived it. So let's share this thing. And I think I've even heard from the masters at Charlottesville that Sauer and Biller, just a really great environment to inspire so many people to row in that area.
They're both coaches whose primary focus is rowing and rowers.
Rowing and rowers, and we were talking about coaching trees yesterday. I think we'd probably finish this race before if we finish listing off all the coaches that have come from their coaching tree, whether they're ACRA coaches now or moved on to junior masters wherever else.
And the proof of that was last year we were sitting there announcing, and we looked over our shoulder, and there's Kevin Sauer just pulled up a chair and sat right behind us.
Because Virginia and Purdue were the two crews fighting for first and second in the men's varsity.
And Kevin is he's not a guy who seeks the limelight at all, but he was he sat down and talked to us for a little bit, which was quite nice.
Yeah, that was lucky for me. Before we talk a little bit more about the men's pair, the women's pair is wrapped up. So it was your UVA. Hold on, I'm on the wrong page. UVA, Texas, and Lafayette moving on to the grand final. And like I predicted, the UVA crew coming in a little bit faster than that William and Mary crew at an 8:32 compared to the William and Mary 8:46. Texas also posted an 8:46, so that is going to be some very interesting racing.
And
I think.
then Liberty 8:53 and Oklahoma State at 54 in those two
Uh,
heats as well. So there's
I
going to be
think
some good racing in
I
that
think
final.
early in that race, everyone's going to have to pull out the stops. It's going to be really, really intense. But we are moving on to the men's semifinal number 1 from the left side to the right side of your screen. We have another Lafayette crew. This is Benedict Tropiano and Cristo Majeras. Michigan, Rowing Association, Elijah Cook and Sammy Dubaisi. Grand Valley, Pierce Gusweiler, James Thompson. WashU of St. Louis, Sebastian Tyler, and Ryan, no last name. Tulane in lane 2, never gets old for me. Ivan Bychek and Garrett Masterson, and Arizona State on their 25th anniversary of their program in lane 1. Juan Ruan and Griffin Krubalkian.
Juan Ruan and Griffin Kubalkian. That's um, where are they sitting right now? It's sort of hard to tell where we are. Have we
We
seen
will find out in a minute because after we address this. Is this the WashU crew? No, this is nope, Grand Valley.
Grand Valley?
Grand Valley, just long, strong, so far ahead of the field, and not only are they getting great spacing away from their puddles, it's so clean, just looks like they're sailing past it. I can't imagine they're much higher than a 32 right now.
We have the technology.
We have the technology. Unless someone wants to count strokes for a minute and then put it in the live stream chat.
That's about a 34 actually, but it looks
it's so
lower than
long
that, right?
is the thing. But they have a little bit more contest than I gave them credit for. WashU out of St. Louis is right there on their tail. A little bit of overlap. This crew has been doing a great job.
They're
in
at
the small
35,
boats.
35 and a half, and
Yeah.
you can actually see one of the ways you can tell who's higher at sometimes is just look at the two and see if they're where their catches are coming up relative to each other. This WashU crew 33 and a half, 34 right now. Sort of maybe that was a little bit of a move. Again, the only slight difference probably in there is as WashU is going, you can see the bowman in that boat sort of throwing a little bit of body energy into it. The crew from Grand Valley a little bit more quiet and relaxed.
It's not everyone's favorite style of rowing. I love so not only is the WashU crew getting a lot of rotation as they swim
Yeah, no,
forward,
that part's great.
they're holding the rotation. The bowman is leaning all of his weight effectively
Into the rigger.
towards the rigger. So he's sitting at kind of a tilt, but not one that's going to mess up the boat. Obviously, if
You
they're
can
moving
see
this
as they go
quickly.
past us, it's actually
just-
set and moving. So they've figured out how to make it
It's
work between the two of them.
Yeah, the hips are set, and it's just enough of their ribs and their trunk leaning towards it that it's really helping affect a lot of power into the.
But the Grand Valley crew is longer.
Yeah.
They also look like they're taller guys, and maybe that's just how they're sitting. My instinct is that the bowman of that WashU crew is not a particularly tall guy and is figuring out how to make it work.
Yeah, this Grand Valley State crew won the macro pair over Michigan by 18 seconds, and I think that margin's pretty similar right now, and I think they're on the charge to try and win the entire ACRA, not just the macra. But really great. Look at that. The sun is still coming up. Beautiful shine on the river, and we're just getting this great zoom in. Grand Valley has separated a little bit more on that wash crew than I think they are happy about, but both crews putting down a great pace right now. Really excited to see what this time shapes out to be.
So who's sitting in third as far as we know?
Didn't get a chance to look at that because I was talking too much about the women's pair and these other club programs. When we get a zoom out, we'll find out soon. I think it's going to be the Michigan or the Lafayette crews, but they're not. It's a pretty far margin, so none of them are on the screen yet.
Yeah.
What's really interesting, kind of like the men's single, the 2025 champion is not here. USC is not here at all this year, let alone in the pair. Right? Southern Cal's not here this year?
No, they are not,
They're not here, so that's too bad.
They had a goal earlier in the season of defending that pair.
And it's too bad they're not here.
Had some
change.
They had to go find an interim coach in the middle of the year. We'll just put it that way, and that I think has kept them from being able to to come to to ACRA.
The ability to repeat is not available, so the ability to be Um,
Champion is new for everyone.
New for everyone, right? The way I was thinking about how to say it was like, oh, it's anyone's game, but every year it's anyone's game. But Grand Valley 725, so that is the time to
And
match
then
or to
Tulane
beat
third,
Tulane in the third place spot. Sorry to them,
Lafayette
I did not
and
see the
fourth,
green. What are they? The green wave.
Michigan in fifth, DeBasy and Cook, and then sixth would be
Sixth is going to be the Arizona State crew.
Arizona State. Thank you. So we're on to the second final, about
Second
20
final, a
seconds
little
in.
bit of
Second
extra
semifinal.
steering out of lane 3 right now. See if they can get back in their lane.
That would be Sac State, Nathan Keel, and Owen Chubb. Looking left to right for you all. At the furthest left is North Georgia, sort of newish program out of Gainesville, Georgia, in the 1996 Atlanta Olympic course. Bryce Hamilton and Eric Bakken next to them. Vanderbilt, Aaron Bullions, and William Widener. Then Bucknell, Sam Langlois, and Charlie Theodore. Lane 3, as we said, Sac State, Nathan Keel, and Owen Chubb. Oklahoma State, next to them, Trevor Hensley and Carson Hensley, I'm assuming brothers.
I assume.
And then Clemson in lane 1, furthest to the right, Max Engelhorn and Levi Drake.
Either brothers or just one of those rare things that, hey, how did we have the same last name?
Trevor and Carson, that sounds like one set of parents.
One set of parents. I could think of a friend that I rode with who had a pretty unique last name, never met anybody else, and then one day in college, you sat next to a guy and they had the same last name. Oh, you guys are brothers? We've never met before. Let alone have we seen anybody else with our last name. Funny. Right now, I think it is that crew in the lane 3 Sac State. Now they got their steering back in order, just barely ahead of the Oklahoma State pair.
In lane 2.
In lane 2, and nobody clearly in third. That is a 4-boat race for third right now. So we'll see what shakes out.
Definitely the left side there. In North Georgia, Vanderbilt and Bucknell are sitting there stroke
I'm
for
gonna
stroke.
guess that Bucknell's gonna push a little bit further ahead, just knowing how their crews race. This Vanderbilt crew raced this pair at Sierra's. And we're faster than that Wash U crew that we just saw. So we're interested to see. Not sure if this is the same lineup that was at Sierra, but interested to see if they do extend and push themselves into the third place spot. And if not, does that mean this whole field is faster or on par with that Wash U crew that just had a pretty commanding second place finish in the first semifinal?
Yeah, yes, and also, in
And
addition, there is speed changes that happen
Yeah.
between 2 weeks ago and now. Excuse me, I'm choking on something.
All right, well, don't let that happen. Lafayette over in lane 6, still in the mix. They've been together for a while. They raced at the Dadvales together and made it, I believe, to the Petite final. Clemson is out here. I believe they also raced at Sierra's. But yeah, so Vandy and Bucknell are pushing one another up ahead of the 5th and 6th place crew. Vanderbilt just barely ahead of Bucknell now. I think picking it up, making just a bit of a move here. I think it's going to last 5 or 10 strokes because they're at a higher clip than they were for the first 750. And just half a length up on Bucknell. But I think we know Bucknell has a lot in the tank to finish this out. This is a small school with a great program of rowing. The women just had a resurgent year at the Patriot League Championships yesterday, and the men are having a remarkable year that I think they're going to carry through the whole weekend in every boat class. Men's varsity 8, 2v, 3v, freshman 8, the 4 is the lightweight 4, the pair. These guys, it's a very tight group of athletes, which is impressive for such a big roster, right? And isn't that interesting that some of these bigger programs that we know, we see here, field athletes, like how many are at Michigan? 60?
More. Yeah.
Purdue's huge. These big programs, and the bigger they are, the tighter, right? That's a
well. I think there's
club
a place that everyone finds their person, or everyone finds their group, and the competition for seats, which is strong. Actually, some people think that the competition there is divisive, but actually the competition is absolutely what brings it together. Yeah, if it's done right.
Vandy pulling ahead. I think in the next 5 strokes, they're going to have slightly open water on Bucknell. They keep doing this. It's actually unique for Vanderbilt's race style. They keep throwing these moves out, and it is just a couple kind of fives. I like to call it a bear claw, right? Just
Sort of
taking 5 hard
five
ones.
hard
Yeah,
ones.
usually finishing out a race.
Yeah.
And they're just kind of popping, settling back down, popping, settling back down, which is hard to do because usually crews are like, I see you doing that, I'm going to respond. But whatever response Bucknell's doing, if they're trying to do much of a response, they're not getting much reaction. So Vanderbilt's that. And then in the lead right now, Sacramento State is still holding a slight lead. Oklahoma State is all up in their space, and I think they're going to make a push to finish a semifinal
They
in the
are.
first
They
place
are
spot.
sort of all up in their space.
They're
They're
not
sort
letting
of
them
like
go.
being the person you wish would just go away.
So-
but no, sorry, I'm still here claiming my space,
Since I just
reclaiming my time, reclaiming my time.
Since I just talked about the bear claw, this isn't that, right? Because they're
No,
the whole
look
time.
at that push going in.
It's great, but what they do have, they have sunk their claws into the
and now they're
Sacramento
actually
State
moving.
crew, and
they're
they're not
actually
going to let
moving
go.
there, and you can see just it's subtle stuff, but there's a
look at
little
that.
bit more emphasis here on the recovery in the Sac State boat and on the drive in the
Yeah, the
other-
OK State, they're Cowboys.
Cowboys.
Yeah, OK State. It's a really aggressive drive. It's almost Spracklin-esque in the way the body's just swinging the boat up to speed.
Adrian Spracklin, now the
Mike
coach
Spracklin
at,
is my
Mike Spracklin, his father.
frame of reference.
I was gonna get there. Yeah, Adrian Spracklin is now the women's coach at Duke, having spent a lot of time out in Mercyhurst.
Oh wow, I had no idea. That's great.
And then his father was an elite Olympic coach.
Yeah,
had the
and-
Canadian team for really quite successful.
Yeah, a lot of
time
times
there.
in the 2000s when they were winning a lot of races. So it looks like the Sacramento State crew responded. Maybe their ears were
Yeah,
burning.
maybe the bear claw.
Maybe they just know how to
they're
do
not
this.
afraid of bears.
Yeah,
There
maybe
are a lot
they
of
just,
bears out in California.
they just know how to do this. They've been really well represented in the small boats in the last few years, in the double, in the pair. Usually having a test from Gordon, who is not here this year. They've moved up to varsity status for the most part, but they are well into the red buoys right now, almost to the line, and they're going to hold on to this first place spot, seeing what comes of their time, how close it is to that.
And
Valley
there was
crew?
the Finnish buoy, Finnish horn that we just heard. I don't think you can hear it on the.
7:22, so just about the same time as Grand Valley there. Great work by Sacramento State, the rowing club at Sacramento State. 7:29 from OK State, and Vanderbilt is holding on to their third place spot. Congratulations. Not the hometown crew, but a local crew, and Bucknell in the fourth place spot. Going to be followed by North Georgia and then by Clemson.
And there's gonna be some.
I'm sorry, by Clemson, then by
there's
North
gonna
Georgia.
be some good racing in that final.
Definitely.
In terms of where the speed is. We'll see if Oklahoma State can stick itself up in a little bit closer there when Grand Valley is also there to see what's going to work out for the most part on that going forward. So having finished the semifinals of the men's pair, we're now moving up into the first fours races of the day. But before that, we would like to spend just a little time with Jacqueline Lanier, I believe is that how the last name is said, Jacqueline?
Yes, yeah, that's
Excellent. Jacqueline is the sculler from Vermont who went out and put down some smack on the field in your semifinal. How'd your race feel today?
Yeah, it felt pretty solid. I've been rating pretty low recently, but all things considered, I'm pretty happy with how I did today.
So what was your approach to the semifinal in terms of how you were going to go into it? You probably knew you had some pretty good speed, but you could never count anybody out.
Well, right. That's one of the things about this singles race is that it's really been difficult to predict how anyone's going to go about it. I had no idea what people brought to initial heats.
Sure.
And I focus on making it my own race, so I took it a pretty similar
Evidently.
Yeah, a pretty similar approach to when I take it out in the heats
Okay.
and when I took it out today. I don't know.
So I don't want to ask you to share your secrets here before a
No,
final, but strong start, patient start, base. Well, like what's your magic formula there?
Yeah, I guess I'm a big proponent of strong start. I feel like if I can get myself out there,
Why not?
I'm
Why
pretty much
not?
able to hold
Yeah,
it. Is
yeah.
is my thought.
So you were rowing at the University of Vermont, and what year are you there?
I'm a sophomore.
You're a sophomore, so
Yes.
So
still
yeah,
some
I
more
was
time to
reading
go.
that there was a big senior class that graduated last year, right?
Yes, correct.
So that you guys are mostly in the small boats this year. So I saw your single. It was a pair or a double.
Yes, single, double on the women's side,
Mhm.
and then a 4, and a Nov 8. So
Great on the
yeah.
On the
men's
men's
side.
side.
and then men's side is a
Okay.
double pair, and then 3 4s.
Okay.
That's awesome. Okay, so yeah, you really are, and this really is a young team.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
what's the most exciting thing? What are you all looking forward to for next year, based on how your season has gone this year and how ACRA is shaping out so far?
Yeah, I think a lot of us are hoping to build in these small boats. We've been pretty happy with what we've been seeing out there. We're currently in the hunt for a new head coach right now.
Right, you're
Ah,
the interim
okay.
coach right now.
Yeah, we're
What-
hoping to.
What would make a good? What would you like to see in a head coach? A lot of
Um,
people are listening, so you might get some right stuff. I'll start by saying that Burlington, Vermont, is a great city and an
Yes.
awesome place to be.
Yes, beautiful.
For sure. A lake,
Mhm. A
some
great river we row
great
on.
river,
Yeah,
yep.
big fan of the Lamoille. I mean, we're looking for a coach who is here to support the team, I guess, vibe, but also really push us. We're feeling ambitious because the team is so small, or so young, and we're hoping to see big things coming next year and
Oh,
upcoming
cool.
seasons.
Great. So going back to this, you rowed for a number of years as a junior rower, not on a high school team, but out
Yes.
on Mendota Rowing
Mhm.
Club in Madison,
Oh.
Wisconsin.
Yes. Yeah.
And one of the places, you come from sort of a working class family, and dad is out there putting up roofs and stuff like that. But you got into rowing. How did that happen for you?
My mom actually rowed in college for the Naval Academy.
Oh wow,
Very
yeah,
cool.
yeah. So she rowed out there and sort of always kept with the sport. And she convinced me to join in high school after
Yeah.
I had been swimming for about 8 years.
Gotcha.
Natural transition, yeah.
Yeah.
that
so
is a great transition there.
Yes, definitely.
Real quick, just a quick break just to address the athletes on the screen. Oklahoma State leading the way in this first semifinal of the women's novice 4 with a really stark lead on the rest of the field. That is UC Santa Barbara, Lafayette, and Sewanee 4s fighting for second place, let alone third place, but then you have URI on the outside. Very hard to see who's going to take that second and third spot. We'll come back to that in just a second.
And again, the inflection point in these semifinals is between third and fourth.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
third place crew goes into the grand final, and the fourth place crew goes into the petite or the second final.
As it is.
Yeah. So, when you show up at Vermont, is that still a program where most of the rowers, most of the team members are being recruited off campus and haven't rowed before?
Yes, it's a big pull mostly of very novice people, which is really cool to see so many people just jump into the boats and pick it up so fast,
Yeah.
really. We've got a team of great learners and really adaptable people, and it's been super awesome as somebody who has had prior experience, like both sweeping and sculling, to see so many people get in boats.
With some really really good coaching out there.
That's
I mean, Madison is
Yes,
like
yeah,
there are a lot of
definitely.
people who rowed at Wisco who are sort of deciding to
Yes.
stick around.
For sure, for sure.
So what was the shift like for you then to go from this sort of pretty well established club with a lot of culture and a lot of history to it to Vermont, which seems to be reinventing itself now, but also having reinvented itself several times in the past 15 years or so?
Yeah. Well, I would say that my Mendota had recently gone through a big shift
Yeah.
when I got there, and then I took a year off my freshman year, so this is technically my novice season.
Oh, great.
So it's been great. There are a lot of similarities and a lot of differences, but I think what's been consistent for me and what's kept me in the sport for both teams has been the major positivity and the drive and passion that I see from all of my teammates consistently.
That's great. Hang on there a little bit because we
Yeah.
have a great race
This
to
is
call
so
here,
good. So the
Eddie.
Cowpokes are still way out in front. I love this strong, confident row out of the Oklahoma State crew.
Cowboys, not Cowpokes.
My bad. URI is making the charge up on Lafayette, and UCSB is still hanging on there. But I think that, oh my gosh, so URI just made a move. I think it's going to be precedent to a sprint here. I don't think they're going to fade off of this until they know they're through the line ahead of two other crews. It's a really good move by the Rams there. On the outside lanes, Georgia Tech and Sewanee are still hanging in there. Sewanee might be given
Sewanee was getting
UCSB
a little
the
bit.
blues.
You can't see it in the run because all you're seeing is the ball, but the rowing got a little bit frantic there for a few strokes as they tried to take a sprint maybe too early, maybe too hard, and it sort of fell apart. And I think that's given the 1 or 2 seats. But now we see on the other side a really nice move up and a crab, a little bit digger out of UCSB.
Yeah, but UCSB is absorbing the moves from everybody else. I think the line, they're just barely moving back ahead of Lafayette here, so that's really great work out of the Gauchos. And now it's stepping up, up, up. They're taking a seat almost every stroke now. They're in the red buoys. The Oklahoma State crews about 100 meters away from finishing through the line, and I think UCSB is going to establish
the
clear.
Gauchos making a nice little sprint here. You could hear the finish horn for the
OK
first crew.
State, 8:16.
Yep, but this is going to be UCSB in second.
But it's going to be a mix-up between Lafayette and URI.
We can't quite see it here.
anybody's
what's going
game,
on?
And Lafayette is through the line first.
Maybe
well,
2 seats, 3 seats there.
well rowed.
Yep. So
we're here with Jacqueline Lanier from the
from University of
Vermont
Vermont.
single sculler who won their heat by a pretty wide margin. Have you had a chance to talk with any of the other single scullers in your event? Because the heat that preceded you saw it was
Much
very
tighter.
close.
Yes, absolutely. I haven't had that much of a chance to chat with any of the other people I'm
Little
racing.
smack talk
yeah.
on the start line, maybe.
No, everyone's been really polite, really lovely to chat to while we were waiting to get lined up. So if nothing else, I think all of the girls out there bring great positivity and excitement to race.
It is something particularly special in the single because it's just you.
Yes.
So you don't have a teammate to sort of share the nervous energy with
Yeah.
and say your little things that have worked for you as a crew, but you do have these people sort of right next to you, and you're gonna it's gonna be there. So you're a sophomore. What are you studying at UVM?
I'm an environmental science major.
A great place
with
to do it.
Yes, exactly. A water resources concentration and a geospatial technology minor.
Geospatial, what's that?
So I do a lot of mapping. It's mostly
Very cool.
it's mostly
So
like
GIS.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So any way that are you doing anything related to rowing in any of that GIS or any of the water stuff?
Well, the water sort of comes from the fact that I've done rowing and swimming for basically all
Absolutely.
of my life. It's just all like sports around water all the time. I've lived around lakes my whole life. But I imagine I could be doing something with rowing and mapping
Get
in
a
the
little
future.
junior or senior project in there somehow.
Yeah, make a
Definitely.
new
Cool.
course.
So coming back to the final, a chance maybe to be a national champion. How does that sit with you?
I don't know. I guess I don't really like to think too much about my races like too far ahead of time, mostly because I have had a tendency to psych myself out in the past.
Gotcha. So I'm sorry for asking
No,
the
no,
psychiatric
it's
question.
fine. It's fine. I took a year off my freshman year because I had gotten pretty in my head about a lot of rowing things, but it was great time to reflect on why I wanted to do the sport. And it was really, really insightful. So now I know more of what I need going into my races, and that is just time to not think about it and then time to really think about it.
But very focused in the right
Exactly.
space.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, as I've always said when I coach, you don't think about the final result, you have to think about the process.
Exactly.
So you stay focused on what you're doing, throw that start out there, lay out some smacky base, and good luck tomorrow, and we'll be thanks for coming by and talking to us. Always great to talk to the athletes here and get a sense of what they're going.
Yeah.
If you're a coach out there and you might want to live in Burlington, Vermont. Go
Come
Very
say
coachable
hi.
group of athletes.
very
Yes.
Apparently.
coachable with some
Yeah.
clearly really great stuff going on there.
Mhm.
Go check that out.
Yeah,
And
come say
thanks,
hi.
absolutely, thanks for coming and talk to us. Have a
Thank
great,
you very
good luck
much.
tomorrow.
Thanks so much for joining us. And we're going to get right back to the women's novice 4 semifinal number 2. Right now in the lead, we have Orange Coast, and then closely contesting them is the Indiana University crew in one of these Vespoli shells, our sponsor for this weekend. OCC men and women have had a really great time so far this weekend, leading a lot of their events as they are doing right now, or putting down just a strong piece and strong time to settle out in semifinals and finals. Indiana University, it's I believe the first year they're back here in a while. Coach Andrew Leonard bringing that program back up in 2023, having a lot of success at the D1 level, having a lot of success in many sports this year, right? First time ever
Absolutely.
football national champion. So a really strong presence of athletics there. I love the stroke this novice crew is putting down. It is strong, composed, no frantic work to carve their way back into the crew ahead of them because they already have a spot, right? They already are going to advance and they can finish this race in good fashion,
But
preparing for the grand
as
final where they can
as
take it
we
next.
see the drone go back a little bit, there is a heck of a race again for this inflection point. Three
Yes.
crews, and one gets to move forward,
Yes.
and the other two end up in the petite final, which is fine. And I believe, if we're correct, that will be Colorado.
Colorado's on the outside. University of Cincinnati is beside them on the other side of these two leading crews on lanes 5 and
then
6.
Texas,
Would be
Texas even up
University of
in that
Central
race
Florida.
too. Yeah, Central Florida I think was back, if I
A little bit back,
if I remember seeing it correctly, and I haven't transposed the lanes. Here's some nice nice rowing here from Orange Coast. Again, just a junior college out in the California system that does that, which means, well, this is a novice crew anyway, so they're probably experienced high school rowers
Yeah.
from the Southern California system overwhelmingly, and in a 2-year college program, and then a lot of them move forward to do that. Moving out quite nicely, putting a little move as they come through 500 to go.
Yeah, this crew raced at Weira and finished, I think, top 4. So they've been together for a while. One of 2 women's boats from OCC here. Indiana, this novice 4, I think, medaled at MACRA behind 2 Division I programs. So that speaks to the racing they've done to prepare themselves for this weekend, why they're pushing themselves so far ahead. I think Texas and Colorado are still duking it out for that 3rd spot. We don't have them on the screen. They're passing our line of sight in just a minute. It's going to be hard.
Well, Texas and
figure out.
Colorado, and also Cincinnati
Yeah.
is pushing up in there as well. Although it looks to me right now like Colorado 2 seats up on Texas,
Yeah.
and bow to stern back to Cincy. That
But
race we're going off, but Texas putting on a sprint here.
They're
Their
putting on a
rating
swing.
is going up already.
The swing, it's going to be hard if they can hold that. That is a very clear swing. It's going to be a lot of energy, and they still
36 and a
have
half.
600 meters to go. So we'll see.
They have 300 meters to go.
Thank you. We're already through the last 500.
And
I
35 in the other crew. 35 in the other crew from who is that? From Central Florida.
Yeah, Central Florida holding on to the back of the pack here, trying to overlap again with the University of Cincinnati. Clean water, so as they get away from our spot over here, we can still see the blades flashing, and it's only for an instant second. None of the blades hang up in the air. None of them are waiting too long to go in. They're square, they're in, they're propelling.
Yeah. So you can see the lead 2 crews here on the screen as you're watching. Orange Coast way out there in front, coming into the last maybe 100 or so meters. You'll see the finish line show up on the right of the screen fairly soon. There's a big target there that they're going through, and you can hear that's right there. It's sort of hidden in the shadows there, but they're through the line now. And here comes the race for 3rd. Orange Coast goes through in 1st, Indiana in 2nd, and it does look
Colorado
like
has opened
Colorado
up.
has been able to sort of move up and get that third position pretty
And
nicely
to
and
Texas'
cleanly.
credit, they did not fade off of that sprint. It's just that Colorado was able to absorb and respond. 8:12, 8:19, 8:31. Texas probably, 3 seconds behind, 8:35. That's Cincinnati moving through, and UCF will be coming through after this.
So 3 crews, Oklahoma State from the first heat, Orange Coast and Indiana under 8:20, and then 3 crews in the 8:30s, low 8:30s, UC Santa Barbara, Lafayette, and Colorado. So maybe we have a sort of race for the medals and a race for the other, but we'll see what happens tomorrow.
I think it's going to even out a little bit more. Before we pick up the Novice 4 race, we are going to pause for a word from our sponsor, Vespoli Boatworks, so we'll be back in just a second.
So here we are picking up the men's novice 4 semifinal 1. Thank you, Vespoli, for your support of the regatta here. Great to have a major sponsor along with Gatorade here for the regatta. If you're out there and you're in the rowing world and you are interested in being a sponsor, the board is always glad to talk to you about ways that might be able to work. So as we come into this men's novice 4 semifinal 1, from left to right on your screen, you have Arizona State in lane 6, Western Washington in lane 5, UC Davis in lane 3. That's a lot of West Coast crews. Vermont in lane 3, Colorado in lane 2, and UC Santa Barbara in lane 1. So 4 crews from out on the West Coast who've seen each other almost undoubtedly at the WIRA. Colorado and Vermont giving us some Mountain State presence here. Right now, we have Colorado out in front along with UC Davis. Those 2 crews overlapped maybe couple of seats up for Colorado there. And then in third, we have Western Washington sneaking out in there. Then a little bit of overlap, maybe from UC Santa Barbara. But it looks like Western Washington is moving away from them, and we're getting the 3 out in front. The race for 3 in the back, fairly tight. All those 3 crews, that being UC Santa Barbara, UC Davis, and Western Washington. I'm sorry, and Arizona State, excuse me. Western Washington continuing to race pretty well in that third spot with in that first spot, sorry, with Vermont sitting in second. I hope I didn't have any of that done backwards. 6, 5, 4. Sorry, 4 is UC Davis. Vermont is in the back racing with UC Santa Barbara and Arizona State. So as we get this correctly, Colorado out in front, and UC Davis coming after them right there. You can see those 2 side by side. They're just coming into the 1500 meter mark. You can see that in the background, the big sign. Those two racing at this point, pretty clear that they're going to move on to the final. It's always nice to be first and have the center lane maybe and be able to see out of either lane 3 or 4 the whole race. And you can see a nice concerted attack there coming from Western Washington. I'm sorry, from coming from UC Davis to try and get up and get through Colorado. It looks like it's happening right now. You can see again just a higher rating, and you can see that because if you look at the relative catches, catch, 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 you can actually now see, as I was about to use it to show that that one crew was lower than the other one took up. So lane 2, Colorado, bringing its rating up to try and get in front of UC Davis. UC Davis, the bowman, hauling on it, but also letting his body sort of throw a little bit as he tries to sprint. The challenge of the sprint is to stay efficient, but here we are, bow ball for bow ball with Colorado State and UC Davis. They're both going to go forward, but always good to practice a sprint that you might need later on. Still sort of novice-y rowing, a little bit of the boats getting flipped around a little bit around the release. When you see the varsity boats later, you'll see much cleaner finish work. A little bit of digger there in the bow seat of Colorado, and that checked their progress just a little bit. So I think they're actually going to get second to see that one stroke make a difference. Yeah, UC Davis coming in at 7:10, and Colorado at 7:10.2. So 7:10.1, 7:10.2, 1/10 of a second there between those crews, and then Western Washington getting in at 7:14. So a really good race there. A fairly big break back 10 seconds to Arizona State in 7:24, and then we'll have Vermont and UCSB to finish out that first semifinal. I'm sorry. Yep. And now going into the second semifinal of the men's novice 4, we have from left to right. There are 3. I'm sorry. So that was 2 to the grand final, not 3 and 4. My mistake. That was 2 crews out of that to go forward from that last heat. So that again would have been the 2 that came across in UC Davis and Colorado, with Western Washington going into the B final. A second semifinal here off from left to right. You have Virginia in lane 6, Tulane in lane 5, Vanderbilt in lane 4, Central Florida in lane 3, Boston College in lane 2, and UNC in lane 1. You can see the blast off here out of the start. In this start sequence, if you're new to rowing, we're sort of crazy a little bit in the sport. We go out with a full sprint. If you think about a mile run, which is about maybe a little bit more than a mile run in athletics, they don't even start down in blocks, right? They sort of start from a standing start, and they just sort of go. There's no let's sprint the first 200 meters and see if we can get in front of each other, in part because there's drafting and pack stuff that doesn't apply. But in rowing, we throw this large anaerobic shock into the system, and then we try and shift down into an aerobic state for most of the race. So you create some debt, and the rest of the race is about how you handle the debt. You can win from a good start. It's less true the further you get up in the rowing world, the more experienced, more training you have and your opponents have. With the novice rowing, getting out in front, I mean, it doesn't hurt, but you can definitely lose a race in the start if you don't have a fast enough start and you can't get out. And that's sort of where we see the first differential happen in where the racing is. So right now, as we're coming through, we have Tulane in lane 5, maybe 2 seats or so up over Vanderbilt. 2 Southern programs here are doing pretty well, and then uh, bump across to Boston College, maybe 2 or 3 seats down below that. Central Florida still in connection with Boston College, but it's bow to stern, and UNC on the far right, still sticking in there. Virginia off the pace a little bit at this point, about 2.5 minutes in. So what we're seeing now here is base speed. At this point in the race, who is getting into a nice efficient rhythm. The 4 will, as we saw in the last heat there, if you mess it up a little bit at the end, the 4 will punish you. So you're having to go at a speed at this point in the race where you can really make the boat go, but it's something you have to be able to maintain at an aerobic level all the way through. You're at the very top end of your aerobic capacity. Um, and trying to sort of just get through the course, and then if you have a sprint at the end, if you need to throw a sprint at the end, you could. But most boat races are won here on base speed, as we call it, and the base speed right now definitely going to Tulane and Vanderbilt. Not surprised at all. Some very good coaches at both those programs who understand the physiology of training and are able to connect uh, the physiology, the psychology, and the movement all together. And so those 2 crews are going off there. If I'm looking at the puddles again, we've been talking about the puddles. You can see there's a little bit of extra splash in those Tulane finishes. The finishes from Vanderbilt a little bit tighter, a little bit sort of smaller puddle, and you can see that working because it's a more efficient connection to the water. When you see a big splashy puddle come up, as you're seeing, say, off the 2-man a little bit in the Tulane crew, that means that instead of keeping the blade locked in and pushing the boat away, part of the force is going to just getting the blade out.
Yeah, still a little bit of a dig there, which is why Vanderbilt's able to hold this margin on them. And I think BC's a few lanes away, so I don't think they can see what's happening to that shell, but I know that Coxon is able to see that that shell hasn't walked away from us yet, and we keep slowly coming back into overlap, so I think they're going to use that to move their novice crew up and through the line. Really great rowing out of this Vanderbilt boat, though.
Yeah, the Vanderbilt boat again. John Miller, the coach there, trained by Greg Hartsuff at Michigan as a rower. He was a 1V guy for a little bit there, and really has become a key reason that the Vanderbilt crews row so well across the board and are trained well. So they're able to put this nice long, slow move. The goal is not to take a seat a stroke. The goal has been to take movement over time. But now that they're coming in past the 1500, you can see them picking up a little sprint. They have another gear that they're throwing in right now, looking very nice, 37.5, and they're just about here to break open water on Tulane. Tulane hanging in there. At this point, if I'm them in that boat, okay, we're not going to go with Vanderbilt. Let's just stay long and move into the catch. We're going to come back and go for the final, figure out maybe how to clean a little bit of stuff up. But really gorgeous rowing there out of John Miller's Vanderbilt cruise, or John Miller's staff's Vanderbilt cruise.
True. The whole staff needs a shout out because it's a pretty deep staff. Some full time, some part time, some volunteer, I believe, and they've just been developing a really deep culture of rowing in that Nashville area, which has them. It has Nashville juniors and masters, but otherwise, and some schools, but could be continue to be tapped a little bit more as these guys tap it along. Almost to the finish line.
And those 2 crews have established that they will be the ones to move forward into the
easily.
final.
I think the Boston College Eagles are going to hold on to that 3rd place spot,
which will put them in the top of the B final.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
so,
it's just top 2. Wow.
Yeah, it's top 2. We
Deep
have
event.
this is a big event, so that's why there are 18 crews who've gotten into this ABC
But I think
semifinals
they'll
today.
be excited to put themselves ahead of crews like University of Virginia, UNC, are the ones that they see their varsity 8 teammates pushing up against in the varsity 8, the 2v8. So that is Tulane through the line, Boston College with open water on UNC. If I have that right, or maybe
Boston
College
College there.
on Central Florida, and then UNC and Virginia a little bit behind the pace. So Central Florida is your other B final program. UNC and
Yep.
UVA moving to the C final.
So this men's novice 4 has traditionally been a hugely subscribed event.
Right.
A lot of good crews. Again, these 4s, the place where the programs that focus on the 8 and have selected an 8 in the novices ahead of this, maybe even a second freshman boat, second novice boat, and the programs for whom the freshman 4 is a pretty big deal. And where they want to be. Well, it's a big deal for everyone, but where the focus has been getting into the 4, and those programs overlap. So now we have the third heat, and you can see that combination of types of programs. You have Michigan in lane 6 to your left. Next to them, Bucknell. Those two crews, big rivals. We have Lafayette in lane 4. Indiana University, sort of a new program going, and this is, I think, their focus boat in the novices. Grand Valley in lane 2, and Texas in lane 1. So again, 2 to go forward to the A final, 2 to go to the B final, 2 to go to the C final, with Virginia in the previous crew, previous race, Michigan and Bucknell, all sort of trying to get as many
Team
points as they can in the team point trophy. So folks will be pushing hard to get into this, but
great starting
very
250 from
nice.
all these novice crews.
Absolutely.
Everyone holding a really good. It's not just because it's high. No one's going exceptionally high in the rate. It's just aggressive.
But that's Bucknell, Lafayette, and Indiana. Those 3 out there. Then we have Grand Valley and Michigan having an interstate race with those 3 crews in between them, and Texas maybe a little bit back. As they're coming into their base here, a minute 30 in, not quite to the 500. The 500 is where that big tree on the left is that sort of comes in on the shore. You have a pretty good race going in the lead 3. Michigan getting dropped a little bit from that lead 3. Grand Valley getting dropped. And Texas maybe having come back up in to be even with Michigan. The race there, Lafayette out maybe a seat or 2 in front of Bucknell,
Right.
who's a seat or 2 in front of Indiana. And only 2 of those 3 crews get to go into the A final. So Bucknell going after team points here. This is actually
It's
interesting
essential to
place
them.
for them to separate themselves, at least in the relatively small number of points that are available in the men's freshman.
Yeah, but this is probably
novice 4.
their third freshman boat, because I think they had 2 freshman 8s in this novice 8s in this weekend's events. And you know those guys are just pulling so hard for their teammates. I'm sure you're going to hear a huge presence from the Bucknell tent cheering them on. We're watching the live stream right now, expecting their guys to give it everything. Nice bucket in that Bucknell shell. But Lafayette is lengthened out to a really strong base, and it's one of those things that novice crews are learning how to do.
It's
and
about
maybe
32 and a half,
don't all
33.
implement yet. You have that high start aggressive. You guys are bigger. You guys are really excited young athletes. And that stride down sometimes can take too long, and they try to hold their rate up because your brain kind of tricks you in while your adrenaline's so high in the starting 250, starting minute. Oh, I can hold this. I can hold this rate.
And then
We
all
can
of a
hold this split.
sudden,
And if you
the
don't,
anchor goes over the side
yeah,
of the
if
boat.
you don't reel yourself in when you practice to, it can affect your race early, and so
Yeah.
now you're too early in the race, and you've taken too much out of the well. Whereas none of these crews in the first 3, first 4 are in that position, they all stride down, but Lafayette's just being a little bit more effective.
That Lafayette in the red there, really gorgeous. The nice thing about the red is it shows you the swing that they have, the bodies moving together and the acceleration through the boat. Just quite gorgeous at about a 34. They've now gotten open water um, over Indiana and Bucknell. Bucknell probably in second, 2 seats up on Indiana. It looks like Grand Valley is putting a nice push here to separate themselves away from Texas behind them and get themselves into the B final. It'll be interesting to see if Indiana can get themselves back into that lead two, but I don't think it's going to take something sort of pretty extra here. This is Lafayette here, lane
the
4.
two-man right there is doing such a good job of laying the legs down. There's force that propels the boat, holds them down, and that swing all comes through. Not after the legs finish moving, but the power extends itself just past that seat moving.
Absolutely, and the leg staying down stabilizes the boat. It keeps the pressure and the power built from the drive into the hull, which is great. So Bucknell here seems to have a little bit of a race coming back up in them. They're still ahead of Indiana, but Indiana is not giving up. Bucknell maybe you can see the bodies not hanging quite as strongly as they were in the lead Lafayette crew. But they're absolutely going after this coming into the 1500 right now, 500 meters to go. We'll see if Indiana has a sprint, but Bucknell seems to be picking it up. And Bucknell here in some ways probably has the advantage over Indiana that they've been rowing in a program with 6, 7, 8 boats out on the water in the sprint preparation to do for this week. So they've been pushing against other crews. Indiana maybe not as much.
A little bit more on their own. Maybe Midwest, maybe ACRA. But Bucknell getting a lot of opportunities to race. And we saw it
just daily in practice.
Yeah. And we saw it last year. The amount of times you're able to race in the season really helps you hone your skills. So some crews in the varsity didn't perform to their standard because they're like, we weren't able to race as often as we hoped to. You know, some cold water, some other conditions, races canceled, and it can really, mess you up in the way that you don't have those chances to knock out some of the
so you
things that don't work.
Yep, you can see Lafayette here having gotten the open water just
Bucknell.
Nice and length, and Bucknell has said, no, we are going to be in this final.
Yeah, go Bison, go.
And they are giving a big push there, made sure that Indiana is behind them. The interesting thing is the coxswain can't see it, so the bowman is probably talking to them, letting them know what's going on so that the coxswain can call the sprint properly. So that would be about to go across the finish line there.
That final buoy's coming up very
sort of
soon.
that big white-gray block in the tree. And there's Bucknell having sprinted back in a little bit to Lafayette. Lafayette in a 7:02. Bucknell will be second in a 7:05. And this means that when we're looking at those three heats together, we had Vanderbilt at a 7:01 winning the second. And we had Lafayette in 7:02. We had the UC Davis Colorado pair of 7:10s to win the first semifinal. Tulane was at a 7:09 and Bucknell at a 7:05. So Indiana at 7:09 in either of the other two heats would have gone into the final. That's just sort of, again, luck of the draw a little bit, but it also looks like there will be a good A final and a good B final sitting there. Continuing here with novice men, we have the 8s again. There are only 2 semifinals, so there will be 3 to go to the grand final. This is one of the big events of the regatta. From lane 6 on your left over, we have Fordham in lane 6, UCLA in lane 5, Virginia, who's been fast all year, in lane 4, Michigan next to Virginia in lane 3, Rutgers in lane 2, and then UMass in lane 1. 3 crews will go through here. Right now it looks like UCLA throwing on the sprint that they had, the opening sprint they had yesterday, which Virginia saw them yesterday, I believe,
Yes.
if I believe correctly in that. And going out quite hard, Michigan up there with Virginia, and then a little bit of fallback to Rutgers. UMass putting an 8 up in
UMass, hey,
this.
this was such a hard event to qualify for last year. It was tenths of a second that got some crew, not even hundredths of a second, they got some crews in here. UMass Novice 8, I think they had a Novice 8 last year that succumbed to some illness that stopped them from finishing the event at their full speed, whereas now they do have their full speed of their Novice 8. One of two eights they have in addition to a 4. A little bit off the pace here, though. Whereas the rest of these crews are still overlapping so hard. I guess Virginia's in the lead.
It
Michigan
looks like
next
Virginia
to them.
and UCLA within a seat of each other, and Michigan another seat behind
Oh, you know what?
that or
Actually,
so.
UMass is up and hanging on. It's Fordham that's fallen back. Am I reading that
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Great work by those first 5 crews. So top 3.
Rutgers up sort of in 4th place right now, but the top 3 to go through right now, Virginia maybe a seat up on UCLA maybe 2 seats up on Michigan, coming into the point where Virginia likes to have gone out very hard and solid is the way that they do. This is where they try and sort of make a break
Yep.
on the rest of the crew, of the crews in there. And this is also the point where Michigan famously takes a strong move, so we'll see if Todd Gokin's crew can do that. But it looks like this race between UCLA and Virginia is really propelling both of those crews down there. UCLA here at about 37.5, 38. Virginia up fairly high too at 37.5. Michigan sitting at 37.5. So all 3 crews there, but that Virginia UCLA stroke for stroke race is getting them 5, 6 seats, maybe a length on Michigan, and those 3 crews have separated themselves from the others, with Rutgers sitting in 4th probably, but very definitely open water behind. Right next to Rutgers, UMass sitting in 5th, and Fordham coming a little bit back behind that. So we can start to see the race here between Virginia and UCLA from the side. It looks in your screen like Virginia's ahead, but that's just the angle
Right.
of the drone. I think those crews are right next to each other. Maybe
So
actually Virginia putting a little move here.
what I love to see, correct me if I'm wrong, these 2 Novice 8s have not seen each other yet this year, right?
Did they see each other yesterday is my only question, but
before
I
this
don't
weekend.
think so. Before
So
this weekend, no.
This is the 1st and 5th ranked Novice 8s and ACRA, and they're 2 seats apart. They're maybe a second and a half apart from each other. This shows you just how much speed is in that ranking between the first 5, first 6, top 10 crews. There's a lot of overlap, and I think UCLA is very happy to be putting themselves so close on the 3-man of this Virginia 8. I think they're going to try and make a move just to either finish even or close the margin on Virginia or
but
pass.
the Virginia coxswain looking over and back on his shoulder, always a good sign as the coxswain to look over to know that you're ahead and you're moving. You can just see the blade work there, the Virginia crew, the blades going in right in at full length a little bit more quickly.
Yeah,
we now have Michigan coming up into UCLA.
Yeah,
so UCLA put a lot of energy into trying to race with Virginia. The question now is if Michigan can get in there as well.
Right.
Virginia in control right now of this race.
Michigan making their classic move in this last third of the race. Really good entry at that front end. Patient blades are in before anyone's seat starts to move, so they're getting the most out of that stroke. We'll see how much they can cruise in. Those 3 crews have separated themselves out. Fordham is trying to walk back up on UMass and Rutgers. I think Rutgers is slightly open water on UMass. UMass is holding themselves off from Fordham. Cox is also looking over their shoulder slightly to see if the Rams out of the Bronx are able to, if they are able to hold off that crew out of the Bronx. But really well rode out of this Novice 8.
What I think you're seeing here in both the Virginia and the UCLA crews is the role that recruiting is also now playing in the high school sport. The majority of the rowers in both of these boats, I believe, are high school rowers, and coming into those programs, and you can just see it in the technical control around the finish. Michigan, who you can see now coming up, maybe almost even here with UCLA. Has more walk-ons. In fact, Michigan looks to have gone through UCLA there, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see. That was a hell of a sprint if they did. Virginia at a 6:12, UCLA 6:16,
Nicely done.
but Michigan is going to be right there 6:17.2. So Michigan came from a length down to sprint back within 5 tenths of a second. But
and
those,
Michigan being the number 4 ranked novice 8 coming into this weekend.
yeah, but again, it's hard to know the West Coast versus the East Coast, and how that goes. And then you have
Rutgers 6:33, UMass 6:37, Fordham at 6:41. We'll
the
see
Fordham
how those
coach
time.
looking right over his shoulder with his dad always in tow. How did you feel about that race? He thinks they're rowing okay, but it's a program that's building some new speed with a new coach, and so it's just another learning possibility. There you go. Good luck tomorrow in the B final.
So that's the margin right now for the B final level cruise, just a little bit over 6:33, right around the 6:40 mark. So right now we have on the block still working their way to get straightened out. The novice say it's a lot easier. I was talking to Charlie when you were away. The aligning cruise at the start's a lot easier so far today. No wind down there, no
wind
crosser.
down there.
And
Absolutely.
novice,
And
we
they're
still will
off.
see a little bit of steering at
Yeah.
the start, mostly because the rowers are putting so much power on. They're
That's
accidentally
mismatched power. It's
turning
not
the
it's
boat
not
on the
the
coxswain.
It's not the coxswain moving the boat. It's the boat moving the coxswain.
But at least one variable's out in which the wind is also not affecting the coxswain,
Absolutely.
so no
and
one's
you
trying
can
to
see
oversteer.
they've now straightened up pretty well as soon as the power matches up and they go.
Yeah, the UC
And
Irvine
these
crew a
crews
little
are
bit out of their
over
lane.
from the left. We have Long Beach State in lane 5 next to them, moving left to right. Washington State, Orange Coast in lane 4, seeming to be out a little bit there. Purdue, who's had a brilliant season so far, and is the number 1 seed in this event, I believe. And then next to them, Minnesota and Irvine. So Orange Coast off to an explosive start. A minute in, already 5-6 seats up on the rest of the field. And we have both Purdue and Washington State in second, sort of tied, maybe Purdue moving. So we're in an interesting spot because if Purdue is not used to having crews out in front of them, you don't know how they're going to react to this.
Right.
They may actually.
And this OCC crew they were going hard in the heat yesterday. They're going to do it again today. They are not interested in being compared to Purdue unless you're saying that they're a little bit faster than them.
Well, and then again, they may just coming in knowing that Purdue's really strong. So like, okay, we're going to have to go hard, right? So coming in just past the 500, which is where that wall comes in on the left side, is just before that. It looks like we have Orange Coast almost a length now up on Purdue. Purdue asserting itself over Washington State to move and responding well to what's going on. So now the question is, has Orange Coast gone out too hard? Is Purdue now able to find some speed? But Orange Coast, with that length going at a 38, is going to be able to absorb most of what falls in on them unless they've gone too hard. I don't think Cameron and his staff are going to let those guys be racing outside their means at this point.
No.
They're just being very assertive and aggressive. So this is where we start to answer the questions about which crew was really better, and we don't know. And the opinion of the coaches is no longer what counts. It's actually the crew, which is, in case anyone wants to know, why we race.
Yeah.
And why you have to go play the basketball game.
This OCC crew is ranked above Purdue slightly, and then both of them above the rest of the programs in this B final. But it's a couple of West Coast programs, and then 2 Midwest programs, so I don't think they overlapped much with each other. Just it's
you
hard
can
to
see
travel
some
across
really
the country.
gorgeous timing, really great power application from those 2 crews, both of them there. Still now having some open water with Washington State 5 or 6 seats up over a race that is starting to heat up between Minnesota and UC Irvine.
Right.
So if Minnesota and UC Irvine can use each other to get back into that third spot, they sort of have a shot. Long Beach State falling off the pace, but not out of contact, right? So at this point, it's clear who the first two crews are. They're still going hard on it. It's always nice to have the center lane. But we have Orange Coast at 38.5, which is pretty high rating for this. And let's see where Purdue is. At about 36.5. So you want to be the lower rating crew if you can. And now we have Purdue slowly working themselves up into creating some more overlap. I do think that the Orange Coast crew is able to sit there, and I'd say they were marking them, except that they're at a 39, so they're not marking anything.
It's interesting.
Washington State showing that they're going to be in there as well. They've now, again, been able to sort of stay in front of the push out of Minnesota.
A lot of ranked novice eights from this year are actually not here in their full effect. Bucknell, Delaware, also Notre Dame not fielding men's novice eights.
Yeah.
I think they broke down into those fours, those lightweight fours. So
but here we have Purdue making a really gorgeous
good move.
They're now within 4 seats. It was about astern. So
the thing
Purdue, let's see where their rating
OCC,
is.
I think
up to 33. OCC doesn't have any much further that they can go.
No, but they based it
they're
at 38.
At 41.
Oh my God!
So,
yeah, they based it at 38 yesterday. Sprinted it at 39 to outdo their SoCal competitors, UCLA, and now they're 41. I think it's just like they are going to go until the brakes fall off.
Now they're
here.
At 44 with a good 250 meters to go.
And I think Wash State is trying to assert themselves up into that top third here. We got some Cougs here on the shoreline. They brought the flag to cheer on their Washington State guys, and Minnesota is over there trying to.
Purdue at 39, trying to get up in there. Orange Coast still able to stay in front because even as that rating comes up, the rowing is staying immaculate.
It's so effective.
It's just immaculate.
It's no wonder these guys are going to move on to Division I programs in the next year or two, and they're going to be happy to pick them up.
So they managed to get a few more seats back out in their sprint, but Orange Coast 6:08.
So that's faster than the last heat, but also pushed a little bit harder.
Purdue at a 6:10. With that race between the two of them, and then Washington State is going to
out
come
of Pullman
through
in third.
6:23.
Right.
So sort of the final, the A final there is going to be Virginia, UCLA, Michigan. Those crews all under between 6:12 and 6:17. And then a faster race here, Orange Coast and Purdue at 6:10 and 6:08. And Purdue has beaten Virginia and beat UCLA yesterday. And Washington State at 6:23 sort of coming in there. So it's going to be a great final.
Yeah.
Minnesota finished 4th, Long Beach State 5th, and UC Irvine 6th. So they'll go into the B final along with Rutgers.
Great
UMass,
work by the
Fordham.
coast with the most over there.
There you go.
We're going to move on to the
West Coast, Best Coast.
Varsity 4 semifinal, a deep 3 semifinal event to get to A, B, and C final. So we are going to see top 2 in this event go to the grand final. Third and fourth place crews in the semi go to the petite final, and the remaining crews, 5th and 6th, going to the C level final.
So we'll have these women's and men's varsity 4s. We'll have the men's 2v8s, and then we will have in the semifinals, we will have a few other finals, and then later in the afternoon, we should have the semifinals towards the end of the afternoon a little bit for the varsity 8s, men and women. So that's what's coming up right now. Though we are going into these the beginnings of the women's where am I?
Varsity 4.
Varsity 4s. I'm turning the pages in the wrong direction.
There we go. We're off the blocks. We are in first 100 meters. We are out of the initial red buoys, out of the breakage zone. I wouldn't expect it out of a set of crews like this. From the left side to the right side of your screen, you're going to see Ohio State, Lafayette, University of Georgia, Wichita State, Colorado, and Auburn. Good to note that Lafayette's varsity women's four last year was second overall at ACRA's last year.
Yeah, so with the fours, sometimes you can get a sort of group of athletes who stick together for a couple of years. If that's the main boat in the program, less variation than you would have in
Right.
an eight, perhaps. So they learn to row together, or three of the four stick in there. The coxswain stays the same, and you get a really nice sort of pattern that you're able to work on. We have Colorado seeming to be out in front here again. This is only the top two to go through. There are three semifinals here, showing you just how large the varsity four is as an
Right.
event on the women's side. So looks like Colorado and Wichita State are leading right now. Auburn is not out of it at all. Georgia still in contact, but it looks. I'm sorry, I was reading that the wrong way. It is Lafayette out in front. My apologies there. With Georgia in second, those two leading forward, and then Wichita State in third, racing with Ohio State, and Colorado and Auburn sort of trailing back a little bit.
So, right. So this Lafayette crew is closely contested by this University of Georgia crew. I think what I've read is that this Georgia crew, this is four of the women from their varsity eight broken up into the varsity four. So still four of their top athletes, although on a smaller stage. And then the Wichita State Stalkers in that third place spot. I think overlap one crew to the next, not Wichita State overlapping with Lafayette, but overlapping. Really, I guess it's Georgia as overlap from the crew they're chasing and being chased by. But that fourth place race is also really tight there on those outside lanes in Ohio State and Colorado.
And again, here are the inflection points for moving forward between second and third and between fourth and fifth.
Yeah.
So those are the races. And first and second, fairly well under control with Lafayette and Georgia. About to come in. They're approaching the 1,000. They're not quite there yet. And those two have set themselves out pretty easily. Then we have Wichita State and Ohio State a length behind them. And then behind Ohio State, we have Colorado. So you can sort of see this this diagonal line here of those five crews. That's not a conditions issue. The conditions here are gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, they've stayed
today.
nice all day. A little bit, nothing bad yesterday, but a little bit of cross winds, different parts of the course, but it's been flat water. Great for spacing right now. So again, it's just top two that move here. So that fight for third is important, but if that Wichita State Shocker crew can't catch up and keep themselves hanging on to the Georgia crew, the Bulldogs are going to walk away and place themselves in the grand final. And I think that gap is too large to overcome without misadventure. So Wichita State is going to push themselves to the best finish they can, hoping to have the fastest time entering the petite final, which goes a long way. I mean, my racing here a long time ago, petite final was the ceiling for our program in the eights and our first time bringing a full eight. And it was still the most exciting racing I'd ever experienced in my college career.
And that's one of the great things about the regatta is you come here to, in the end, as you'll see in the finals, if you come back tomorrow and some of the finals that'll happen this afternoon, but all the grand finals tomorrow for the most part, the women's 2V grand final is this afternoon, the last event, pride of place of the day. You'll see again just sort of this very tight racing going on once everyone's been sorted into where they're supposed to be. There is an inflection point race happening here for the difference between fourth and fifth, between Ohio State and Colorado. Um, with again Lafayette and Georgia out there, Wichita State in third, but Colorado and Ohio State separated by 3 crews,
Nice.
and almost impossible for the coxswains to see. The bow rower will have to look out, see what's happening, and let the coxswain know what's happening. That's a long way to see in a race and be able to sort of judge. Luckily, the buoys on this course are, although they're not jigged as absolutely straight as they would be on an Olympic course, are right there, so you
They're
can tell where you
fine.
are. Just saying. Um, the As they come into the last 500 here, the lead 2 crews strongly, strongly, strongly out in front. Maybe 4 lengths of open back to third, and we'll see as they come by us how that race is looking between Ohio State and Colorado. Looks to me like Ohio State is a little bit up. The Shockers are cleanly in third and will go into the B final. Ohio State now really pressing as hard as they can. There's a little more spring in their rowing, a little bit more oomph through the water than out of Colorado, and you sort of wonder if the Colorado crew even knows that that's happening on the other
Right.
side.
Yeah.
You'd want to see a little bit more of a sort of sprinty, pressy, jumpy reaction. Ohio State, on the other hand, just taking a little bit stroke by stroke here. And now it looks like the crew on the far side has seen Colorado as maybe seeing
Right.
what's happening and is starting to go.
They're starting to respond, right? I think the bow person's gotten the idea to the coxswain. Ohio State's doing a really good job. They're a little bit skippy out but right before the finish.
Yeah.
Hands just getting like a little bit of air between the body and the handle before when the blade comes out. So there's a little bit more they could squeeze onto, but it's working for them right now to push up into that 4th place spot. Again, that is a point of contention.
We call it in rowing an outside sleeper. That is, the
I
crew
call it
in
outside
the outside
heat.
or outside heat, either one, where you just can't see what's happening on the other side of a 6 or an 8 lane course, right? And so someone can sort of take a move and you don't quite catch it. That's even more true, I think, in the bow cox boats, these 4s, where the coxswain is down in there, can't see over as easily. If they're sitting in the bow of the boat, it's easier for them to see what's happening all the way across the course. So I think we're going to get Lafayette there, 744, Georgia at a 750. The Shockers are going to come in here.
Taking the first spot in the petite final.
Take the first slate in the petite final. And it looks like Georgia is going to...
Well, Georgia's already in. It's
I'm sorry.
Ohio State.
Ohio State, another red
and white.
Red and white, there you go. Ohio State is coming across and getting themselves really moved pretty clearly and authoritatively in there at 8:19 to go into the B final.
So that Lafayette crew being the only one to return this year that was on the medal stand last year. FIT up in the 8s this year. OCC's top boat in a different event. So they are hoping that means they will be asserting themselves back to medal stand. But I think this semifinal is going to bring the heat from the left side of your screen to the right. Vermont, Liberty, Oregon, Penn State, Illinois, and then George Mason's club rowing.
Here. Yep.
I'm going to keep an eye on Liberty and Oregon. Liberty, I think this is the varsity 4, comprises their novice 4 from last year.
They've been having a really she's
excelled.
Had them together most of the spring. They've been having a good spring, some really good racing there. And what we can see right here is 6 boats, all with overlap, still a minute in. It does look to me like Penn State is asserting themselves a little bit there. I'm sorry, Oregon is asserting themselves a little bit in lane 4, with Liberty in the red boat right next to them also eking out a little bit. Illinois still in there with Penn State. And Vermont all within about a seat. George Mason falling off a little bit. But a really nice move out here in lane 4 by Oregon, with Liberty going with them. And again, that's the inflection point, is between 2nd and 3rd, those top 2 sort of laying out their space. And you can see nice, patient, strong rowing from each of them as they come here a little bit into the 500. That's where the big tree is, and you come into the straight wall on the left. So those two crews now having pretty nicely established themselves in the base. A nice race though going here between let's get this right, Vermont and Illinois and Penn State, where there is an inflection point to try and get in there. It looks like Penn State is getting up a little bit over Illinois and Vermont, but Illinois and Vermont right there, stroke for stroke, pushing pretty hard to see who gets into that B final in the third place. Illinois here, the swing very nice. The blades going in and hanging their coach. Peter is ill today, so he's not at the race course. So Peter, good job here with this crew. They're hanging very nicely in with Penn State right next to them. Seem to be putting a little move on Vermont, coming in to about maybe 800 in their base speed. Oregon and Liberty, though, continuing to move out. Liberty getting back up into Oregon a little bit there. Really very nice blade work moving in. The Liberty crews are staying in our hotel, and every time you see them this weekend, they're just sort of happy and confident
And team
just,
meetings and just
and
really
just chilled.
focused on the event in a way that's keeping them together. All the notes they've given us are just this is a team that's so bonded together and really proud of each other every step of the way.
And you can see this nice move happening right here. Very, very long, nice push through the water. It does not mean at all that Oregon is just giving it up to them, right? They're both going here pretty nicely, but you can see a little bit more spring here in Liberty getting through the first half of the drive when you look at them side by side. And you can see them here taking 2 or 3 inches each stroke.
2 or 3 inches. They're also up at least 3 beats higher than Oregon. So Oregon's going to respond in a minute. They're a little bit past the 1250 mark here. Coxon can see them. They're going to absorb it. It's just a matter
34.
of, like, are they trying to absorb more than they can actually hold on to in that bucket?
So both crews at 34 right now.
So,
oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Just, I guess that difference in stroke style.
It just looks different, doesn't it?
Yeah, and
yeah, that's why you have to check sometimes.
yeah,
that's why we have these stroke watches.
But this Liberty
really
crew
nice move from Liberty here, and you
also
can
have
see
had a lot of time racing together this year. They were first at Sierra's, and
so they on this course.
So
they are used to this
they've spent a lot of
space.
time together racing and succeeding. I think Oregon, I don't have their results up in front of me, but similarly good results. One of the better crews out of the West, especially with OCC's Women's Varsity 4 not being here. A lot of Northwest representation here from the Ducks. So yeah, they didn't really absorb that move. Liberty had another gear to go. I think Oregon's going to be okay with being in that second place spot, wide open on the field.
And
behind them.
Further back, what you've seen happen is that Penn State and Illinois have moved
walked
out
up
together, walked out over George Mason. So looking good for Illinois and Penn State to move into the B final. I know this Illinois crew, as a 4, has really been working hard to push together to get out there. A lot of pride in their program and what they're doing and trying to build it. Peter Felice in his second year, doing a lot to create a new further culture. The Purdue coach Jack was at Illinois and did some nice work there as well, and I know he coached some of these women. Peter picking that up and moving it into the next stage, and that Illinois crew is actually starting to move here. Full disclosure, I did work with them over the spring on their spring break, and so I know them pretty well, and we worked on this move. So I'm fascinated to see it happening because it looks like they are actually coming up here on Penn State and moving in.
It's neck to neck. That's going to go down to the wire because Penn State was up a little bit. Illinois pushed it back, and it's just going to be a Big Ten battle all the way down the line.
Absolutely, but worked on in that crew on staying mentally composed and long when they wanted to move, and it looks like right now they're going through. and going through Penn State. I'm sure they'll come off the water being really happy with that result. Both crews should, though. They've established themselves as a good, solid B
Yeah, and
level final, and they'll get to see each other again tomorrow.
And we'll see if their time is one of the faster or comparable to the B final times in the last event. Liberty continue to open up the water, really big puddles, so they're throwing a lot around, but they're throwing because they're just going for it. They're in the red buoys.
And if
they're
you
picking up a
remember-
sprint.
If you remember 600 meters ago, they were even.
Yeah,
right?
and they're just in a flow state that you get when you've spent a lot of time in this crew together, and you know that when it's on, it works. So they're gonna send it all the way to the line.
They're at a 37 now
Yeah.
as they're sort of finishing up.
A little
You know,
less
at
than 10
this point,
strokes
even
to
though
go.
they're in front, they're wanting to practice because they know they have some crews that they
They're
have to
they
see
know they're
tomorrow.
gonna have to sprint.
And they're going to have to be able to do this. And then there's still some crews from Florida, Grand Valley, Chicago, Loyola Marymount that we're going to see in the next
Yeah,
heat.
I have those three and Florida highlighted in my notes as crews to watch out for in the next semi. Great work by Liberty there. That is a
Very
time
nice,
of 7:42, comparable to Lafayette 7:44 in the last heat. This is Oregon to the line.
And we have Illinois coming up just in front of Penn State.
Great work
Penn
by the
State
Ducks.
having answered there as well.
Well done.
So there's still a race to the. You have Penn State sprinting quite
Yes,
hard
they
to
are.
try and get in front. I think it's going to be Illinois, but we'll have to see. Yep,
I think
Illinois
it's- oh, wow.
808 in third, and Penn State should be right behind them in
Well done.
809. Very nice job, Illini.
And that is George.
ILI,
That's
INO.
Vermont through the line. And now
Vermont.
George Mason coming through the line.
Absolutely.
Talked
So,
to Vermont's one of their teammates earlier today, Jacqueline Lanier, who won her race in the single this morning.
To go into the A final.
Grand final.
Absolutely. Looking very nice.
Got sorted out into the little bit more of an open heat in the single, whereas the other one came down right to the wire, almost photo
Exactly.
finish.
That's going to be a great
So,
race tomorrow.
learned a lot about the Vermont program this morning. If you go back on the
So here are the crews
live
that we'll
stream.
find the last two in the A final from. Pittsburgh in lane 6 will be to the left in your side as you come in. Loyola Marymount from Los Angeles in lane 5. Florida in lane 4. Grand Valley from the state of Michigan in lane 3. Chicago in lane 2. And Virginia Commonwealth in lane 1.
And
so
there it is. So those middle four crews we just talked about before this, we got the live stream up leading the way, almost neck and neck, I think. So Chicago, Grand Valley, Florida, Loyola Marymount from right to left, all up there. And maybe it's Grand Valley in front. Maybe it's Chicago.
Maybe it's Grand Valley in front, I think.
Maybe.
As we're coming into 2 minutes, this is about, though, so they've gotten through their sprint. Their opening sprint, and they're laying down into their base. And sometimes it takes 20 strokes in your base to really find your rhythm and get lengthened back out and get things shaken off a little bit. Maybe you have a crew that's decided they're just going to stay high and go hard until they get out in front. That's one way of racing
and
this
so
race.
that's so without repechage this year, if
They're
anybody's going to try something new, they've got to try it in this race. And it's something where you have your heat. Let's do our race plan as we practiced all year, knowing what we have here. And then you see where the results settle out. It's like, all right, top 2 to go. I saw this from that crew, especially with this great live stream from HereNow. I saw what all these crews did, and they settled 45 seconds in.
You know, people were going back
doing
to their
video
hotel
review.
rooms
They
and
settled 90
watching
seconds
video.
and some daring coaches are going to look and be like, let's change, not our starting sequence, but let's change our first third of the race because we're lined up against them. And if we can get our bow ball ahead of them like Grand Valley has here, we can control the race early. And I'm speculating, but maybe that's how they want to be.
But what we're seeing here now is base pace, and Grand Valley has moved itself out. Just again, not quickly, but over time. And then you still have Florida maybe half a seat up on Chicago, and who's maybe even with Loyola Marymount, right? And there is an inflection point here of one crew sort of laying down a little bit of control and 3 crews racing very hard to be the second one. So we'll see what happens. They're probably about coming through the 1,000 or so here. It's hard to tell, but it's almost to 4 minutes, so they should be in the second half of the race. Very nice. If you watch the blade go in on the 3 seat there from Grand Valley, it just grabs the water veer up. As I'm talking about it, she has a little digger. but very, very nice grab in there with the water. Bow also. Just getting the blade and pushing. Again, a little too many coxswains sitting up in the bows of these fours. I'm just gonna say, coaches, teach your coxswains to get down in the boat, please.
So looking at
Um,
it a little bit past the 1K mark, Grand Valley still in the lead, and I think I'm going to say that Chicago that is holding the closest chance at second. I think a little bit ahead of Florida, whose bucket is kind of giving them some tough strokes right now, and LMU a little bit
over the buoys, so
over the
they're freaking out a little
buoys.
bit, right? That also
Yeah,
probably means that the bow woman is
is
who's on
because
the
they're in a bucket
starboard
too.
side. They're in a bucket. Has been
Um,
pulling it around a little bit.
and maybe
That's
that's
probably not a coxswain error,
maybe
actually.
that's why they had to bucket port side to offset a lot of power in the bow. So I don't think they're having the race yet that they really want to, but they're not out of it,
But
right?
all
They're
three of
still
those
holding on
crews
to
are within
Florida.
2 seats,
Yeah, they're still holding on to
right?
Florida. Both of
So
them
as
still holding
you
on to
again,
second
it
place.
looks to us like the farther crew is ahead, and they are just a little bit. But this is also right now the angle that you're seeing it from the drone. If the drone were to drop back just a little bit, you'd see that those three crews are actually all within about a seat of
Yeah,
each
but
other.
then about see, and it's a great level of aggression from this LA crew out of LMU. Florida still holding their own right here. Grand Valley, long and strong. I think I don't know much about their coaching strategy, but I think they are happy to control the race early with their bow ball and probably their stern deck ahead of everyone else here.
And
And
they're rolling relaxed in the way that you do when you
that's it.
get
That's
out
where I
in
was going.
front and you just get to sort of pop that through. Looks like some changes are happening here in the second and third place. They're now at the 1500 coming in, and as they come out right in front of us, we'll be able to check with our own eyes. But it looks to me like
Chicago.
Chicago has moved up in front of Florida, and that Chicago is moving into the A final spot,
Yeah,
and
they've
has been
opened up
doing a nice
water,
job moving there at this point. Yep.
and LMU, as much power as they have, still not changing much of their overlap with Florida. So I think they're going to stay in that 1-2 spot. I'm sorry, that 3-4 spot, moving into the petite final. VCU and Pittsburgh a little bit off the pace, but again,
But
I think
Chicago having made a really nice move, actually getting their
getting
bow ball back into
yeah.
Grand Valley a little bit. Grand Valley's still looking long and unbothered,
And I think
which is
this
great.
was the how it shook out at Macras in the women's four, Grand Valley ahead of Chicago, ahead of Ohio State. Um, so I wonder if Chicago has closed the gap at all on Grand Valley State, or if this was a similar margin. But this is, I'd say,
Well,
three
Grand
of the
Valley
faster
taking it up
crews.
right now and saying, "Yeah, not so much, please. Let's get out a little break." And that's something that the stroke can see. You can now see again just a little bit of jumpy sprint in that Grand Valley crew,
Yeah.
and saying, "Let's go across and make clear that they know that we're faster because we're gonna have to race them again tomorrow." So as we're coming into the final strokes here, again, it's sort of hard to see the finish line with the way that the shadows are working. You can see the whole dark line of shadows right there on the far shore, which is where the targets are. You can see it barely underneath that big tree. There's a sort of gray uh, clapboard, and it's right there that they go through. So that is Grand Valley moving into the final in a very nice way with 7:47 as a time, and that sort of lines them up. Liberty went 7:42, and Lafayette went 7:44. So probably all in a class of
Yeah.
speed.
Yeah.
Chicago at
Grand Valley,
7:51.
Chicago, Liberty, Lafayette, all they're going to be. I don't know if we're going to have seats apart.
The
Well, we're going to
bound will be burning.
the
Bound
seats
will be
apart
burning.
because the athletes in these boats, all 5 per crew, they're so confident in how they do this. Someone's going to take this competition
Well, they've
and
come out and they'll all go off going, yeah, we had a pretty good race.
they're going to say that, but then they're
Yeah.
going to look at the results and they're going to be like, oh, we can rise to the occasion. We can be the fastest crew in that group. Like, I can't wait to
There's
push
nobody
ourselves.
in the event
Yeah.
that says, oh, geez, they're dust. It's them, right? So
And we are moving on to the men's varsity four. So the women's varsity four, important to note out, I think the highest subscribed event on the women's side this weekend. More entries in that than in the eights. Moving on to the men's, this is also a very deep event. So this is top 2 to grand final, next 3 to 4 to petite final, the remaining crews to the C level final from the left side to the right side of your screen. University of Chicago's men's crew, Long Beach State, Bowdoin, Bucknell, Go Bison Go, Ohio State, and Wash U of St. Louis. And pretty much absolutely all crews overlapping. Pretty hard to see a clear leading crew. I think
Right
it
now
might be
we
Bowdoin.
have Long Beach State and Bowdoin up in the top, and actually Chicago, sort of again an outside sleeper, sitting up there and being up in that as well. Bucknell back a little bit, Ohio State in front of them, and Wash U sort of even with Bucknell, but it looks like Bucknell is getting their stuff back together. The challenge is, though, when the 3 crews on that left side, Bowdoin, Long Beach, and Chicago are moving, then you sort of don't have that much time to get reestablished, and you're already back, right? And again, the inflection points here between second and third, and between fourth and fifth. Bucknell, one of the programs going after the points trophy. And so, that they're going to want to try and get as far up and get into the B final if they can. Looks like the A final is out of reach right now for them. As we've been talking here, you can see Bowdoin asserting themselves to move forward with
Love to see that.
Long Beach State going with them. Chicago's still in there. And if Chicago's in that outside lane, they came through by being, one of the next times.
Yep. They were one of those at-large times to qualify. Bowdoin, am I naive? Is this one of the further distances to travel to the event coming out of Maine?
Oh,
it's them
no,
in Oregon,
no,
right?
It's California for sure.
Oh, bummer. Okay, well,
anything on the East Coast here is doable in a day, even from Maine. Probably it'll be a long day. But they might have flown as well.
Oh, they didn't fly the boats here.
Yeah, they didn't
but
fly the boats.
The Polar Bears are on the move right now, charging along, and it's looking like it's a 1-2 from them and from the Long Beach State crew in lane 5. Great work by Chicago holding on. They're going to be
and
tricky.
Chicago putting a little move here actually as they come through the 1,000-ish.
And Long Beach State, I think, has a chip on their shoulder. B final was a great finish last year, and I know they want the A final. And Chicago's not going to let them take that without.
Yeah, this is very definitely Chicago's lead boat, right? And they're putting a move to go up here, which Long Beach State is matching stroke for stroke. Looks to me like Long Beach State is up higher. Let's check the ratings. Long Beach State at 33 or so, and taking a few seats there. Also 32 and a half on Chicago. But maybe that's a move as they come through the 1,000. But there's still not a whole lot of difference in that. And then behind them, you have a race going on between Ohio State and Bucknell, who's gotten themselves back up. Bucknell trying to work very hard to get into that B final, and Ohio State right there. Maybe trying to do Michigan a solid here.
Yeah.
Which would be hilarious, but, they're doing their stuff for their
well,
own.
I'm sure they're not thinking about it like that. They're trying to finish their year off as well as they can. Great work by this Bowdoin crew. They were third place in the Varsity 4 last spring, following UMass and Texas being back this year. And they had a great midway point of the season at the New England Regional Championships, rowing championships, winning over a bunch of D3 programs. Long Beach State second to Oregon, I believe, at Wira, and in a very close margin. So I think they're trying to show up and say that shows that they're a more competitive region. Really patient out of Bowdoin, though. They're not worried that another crew's in their space.
A little bit
they're
of
not
hang
worried.
there in the two-man. You'd want his blade to get there right down by the water with very nice rowing.
Yeah, but Bowman's locked in and really holding the shell together and keeping the bow ball and the coxswain and him are the first things through the line. So he's making sure that's going to happen. Long Beach State will see
Long
if they
Beach State
can
sort of pushing up a little bit on them, and Chicago is still in there. I mean, they're all right in front of us, and Chicago is starting to. There's 400 meters to go. Chicago's starting to wind it up a little bit, trying to get in there. those three are going to have a heck of a race. Just barely some open water back to Bucknell. I don't think they're going to get up into that, but Bucknell is very much focused on Ohio State right next to them. That's the inflection point for the other. Bucknell still rowing nice and long, not particularly high yet.
No.
Let's check the rating. About 34.5, and Ohio State at about a 37 already in their move to try and get up there. And they're moving a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be enough. We'll see. You can see that on the far left of your screen. Bucknell and Ohio State
I wouldn't count
having
them
the
out
race.
knowing how they race, but I think there's not enough river left. Lake left.
Bucknell knows how to sprint when
They
need
do.
to.
They do. So there's
In
a little
fact,
bit more
there
overlap.
they
yeah,
go. Right
and
now, they just said, "Yep, time to finish this off." It doesn't really matter whether they're third or fourth. So it looks like we're going to have Chicago able to finish third. You're getting a nice little push in there from Long Beach State to try and get back
Bowdoin
into
absorbed
Bowdoin.
it so well. I think they picked up the rate, but nothing reactive. Looks like they were planning to do that.
Yep,
650.
and Bowdoin goes across in 650 in this first semifinal, so that's where we are. Again, Long Beach State second, Chicago will be third. Bucknell gets in there to be into the B final. They're just going to have to lay out a little bit more base
Certainly,
early.
yeah.
They got dropped early and didn't quite find their speed. If they'd been up, maybe that would have been a different result. We'll see what happens in the final. Ohio State 2 seconds behind them, so they were still pushing up in there and doing a nice job, and then WashU finishing back in 7:16. So 3 levels of finals: Bowdoin and Long Beach State in the A final, the grand final. Chicago and Bucknell into the petite final. Ohio State and WashU into the C final. And looks like the racing will be good tomorrow in those finals. Semifinal 2 here just underway from left to right. You have Loyola Marymount out of LA in lane 6, West Point, so Army out of New York in lane 5, Lafayette in lane 4, Clemson in lane 3, Vanderbilt in lane 2, and George Washington in lane 1. And again, 2 to go to the A final, 2 to go to the B final, 2 to go to the C final. Still 30 seconds in, and you have Clemson up a little bit with a start. They've had a pretty good season so far this year and have shown some nice speed. They get to train on one of the nicer sets of water in the country with a good race course, so they're probably used to going and doing the work. They're just barely up, and then yet again here we have in sort of 6, 5, and 4, Loyola Marymount, Army, and Lafayette, all fairly close. That Lafayette crew looked really nice
They
yesterday.
did. They have been in the fours all weekend, year in, year out.
And maybe Lafayette getting a seat over Army. It's sort of hard to tell because the white deck of the Lafayette boat pops visually out of the water while the dark deck of Army's boat sinks into the water visually. So it's a little bit hard to tell. So you have to try and read it from this point by the oars. And in fact, I think what we're seeing there is Lafayette moving back up into Clemson and bringing Army with them. Again, as we pointed out, if nothing else, the West Point rowers will be in very good shape.
Very good shape, very
and
disciplined.
they have a very tall 2-man. We
yes,
noted that
we
last
know that
year
for
as well.
Sure.
And then Loyola Marymount pushing from behind, which is important in some ways because that's what the rowers can see, pushing Army up. So it looks here like we have Lafayette and Clemson on terms, as the British would say. West Point right there, and the inflection point is between those 3 crews. And then, let's see, Loyola Marymount up probably over Vanderbilt by a couple of seats, and George Washington trailing at this point. Just as we've been speaking there,
So
Clemson has asserted itself and gotten a few seats over Lafayette.
here's what's really impressive is Clemson over Lafayette. They just saw each other at Dadville. Lafayette was 3.5 seconds over Clemson.
So, it all depends on how you time your peak,
Yeah.
right? And Dadville was a week ago, and different, perhaps Lafayette has a longer association with the regatta. It means more to
maybe
their
that's what they're
alumni.
trying
You
to
never
get
know
the
what their mindset is about it, right? But Clemson here taking a seat or two, Lafayette going with them, and Army hanging in there hard. Let's see where Army's rating is, about 33.5. Lafayette at about a 35, and they're moving back in on Clemson, and they could bring Army with them. And they're also at 35, 35.5. So those three crews setting themselves up, but really a very nice race here going between Lafayette and Clemson. Army hanging in there. There's now separation of Army in third from Loyola Marymount and Vanderbilt, who are behind them. George Washington, again, trailing in the outside. As we come 4 minutes in, they're, 1,200, 1,300 meters here. Still charging towards the 1,500. We're sitting at around 1,600, so
Right.
that's where we start to see those spaces. And Army looks to be putting a little move on, and yet Lafayette is also putting a move on at the same time. Lafayette may be getting on terms here with Clemson, maybe just a seat,
And
that's driving them away from
on
Army.
the other side, Vanderbilt is holding on to Army, who are making a great move right now, which makes sense because I think I was really impressed with this Vanderbilt's cruise row yesterday. They opened up pretty far on the half of the field,
Yeah.
and I think they're going to charge up into Army's space. We'll see. I know that West Point
And
crew.
again, Vanderbilt with that sort of quote Michigan unquote racing style, really pushing for a second long move in the
and that's the thing is not worried
so
about their opening speed, knowing how they can close
Yeah.
it. This Lafayette bowman, great work with entry and hang. It's very reminiscent of a small boat rower. I'm sure he rows the pair, the single, or the double often at that program because
Yeah.
this is very long, kind of like that WashU bowman earlier, who good rotation towards the pin so you can maximize the leverage of whatever weight you have into it, and that's how they're really walking back up on Clemson. Interesting to find out maybe later today how much they're stressing being ahead or behind Clemson, but I think this move is going to put them ahead.
So those
before
two
the
in front,
250.
and Loyola Marymount here on the outside, just charging back, getting in touch with both West Point and Vanderbilt, who are even for all intents and purposes right now. And again, that sort of Loyola Marymount, that LMU crew pushing Army to get up there. So at least they have a race next to them. The Vanderbilt crew is having to look across to see it. And again, the coxswain not in a position really to see where the other crew is across there in either direction. But at least you have LMU pushing up on West Point and giving them something to react to.
Here go these two crews, though. They are picking it up to a sprint. They are duking it out. I think they care a lot about who finishes who. Doesn't matter if they
Lafayette
both
at 36.5, now 38.5, 37. A little bit longer rowing happening.
But they're going stroke for stroke right now. Look at that. 8 oars going in together at a high rate, a high clip.
They're all back up at 38, 39.
The line's coming down soon. I think Clemson's going to just barely hold on to this lead.
Maybe not.
Vanderbilt might be a little bit behind.
Vanderbilt ahead of Army.
Is that right?
I think Vanderbilt is ahead of Army. That's going to be, and they managed to, again, sprint away their Army from Loyola Marymount. You'll just remember that 20 strokes ago they were about astern.
6:45, 6:46. What's that? 5/10 of a second.
4/10 of a second.
4/10 of a second separating them. West Point just edging out Vanderbilt there by 5/10 of a second. Loyola Marymount's going to be about 3 seconds behind that at least.
Yeah, so that 6:45 is a good 5 seconds faster than Bowdoin in the last one. And you have Lafayette at 6:46, also faster than Bowdoin.
Which is fun because kind of like the women's semifinal that we saw right before this, I think this third semifinal has some of the faster crews in this event. Texas and Oregon are really going to are very impressive from their heats.
The
Grand Valley.
West Point sprint worked to get them
It
through
did.
Vanderbilt, or keep them in front of Vanderbilt, however that actually was, and Loyola Marymount getting sprinted away from. So great final there, a semifinal there in the men's varsity 4 second final. Again, for a lot of programs, these are their 4 best guys, and for other programs, they're fairly sort of close.
Hey, Western Washington guys, what are you racing this weekend? No. And what's the other event? That's the only event? Okay, great.
So heading back up for the semifinal 3 in the men's varsity 4, we'll have another pretty interesting set of racing. On your left will be Georgia in lane 6. And moving across to the right, the way we would read a book, Irvine in 5, Oregon in 4, Texas in 3, Grand Valley in 2, and Vermont in 1. Texas last year having done pretty well in this event.
Winning the event, not the small boats trophy, but winning the 4, as they've been in position to do often in this event. So looking out for them once we zoom in, I expect to see them in Oregon setting the pace for this event. Grand Valley not to be forgotten, UC Irvine not to be left out in this Vermont crew that's in small boats this year, and a very coachable, adaptable group out of Burlington, all coming to show some energy. Yeah, and like
and
we see,
Georgia has had some good fours.
yeah,
racing
the
so
women's
far.
4, what was that? The women's 4 we saw earlier, the men's novice 4.
Doing well. So as we're coming here into what we're starting to see as the race, it looks here like Oregon is out in front. Maybe I'm sorry, Texas is out in front. No, Oregon is out in front with Texas and UC Irvine close in on them. Georgia, is that correct? Let's get this right, Charlie. Oregon out in front with Texas and Irvine up there also with Grand Valley in the hunt of those 4. Then with Georgia and Vermont a little bit out on the outsides in the back.
And despite what happened for most of the morning, we are looking at just a little bit of breeze. I think just enough to cool you off before the heat comes in, but also just enough to slow down these times a little bit. Cross tail, okay,
cross
great.
tail, so we.
Oh yeah, that's right. 6:45, 6:46. That's solid in the men's 4. So just enough to change up how the row feels. So if these crews had a chance to paddle out after their heats yesterday, we'll see. So middle of this event, it is Texas, Oregon, Grand Valley, and UC Irvine leading the pack. Yeah, that Grand Valley crew charging up on Texas, who's chasing Oregon's bow ball. Yeah, look at that. It's just, it's
and
really
again,
impressive.
There's the inflection point is between second and third.
UC Irvine brought 8s this year?
We'll have to check. Not in the 2V anyway. Not in the 2V, at least not in the semifinals.
Gotcha.
And I don't think that they are. And then in the varsity 8s, let's see. No UC Irvine boats.
Okay, so yeah, these are some of their top athletes.
Yeah.
In the program.
Yep.
Texas starting to establish themselves a little bit more ahead of Oregon. Not to be surprised, they've spent a lot of time in this shell, and the novice 4, the varsity 4, any of the small boats, they know how to race in this category. Oregon and Grand Valley duking it out a little bit more. Grand Valley did really well, I believe, at the ACRA in this 4.
Yeah, but so you got to be in second.
Yes.
You got to be in second, and there are 3 crews trying to go there. It looks like the race is sort of firming up there a little bit with Grand Valley moving their bow ball out up in front of Oregon, or at least even, and Texas about astern on those, which is a good place to be when you have this race happening. Grand Valley here taking a little bit every stroke. As I look at the rowing, the Grand Valley rowing a little bit more lopey, a little bit more relaxed. The Oregon rowing quite muscular, but strong, nonetheless, loping over strong. But look at that 3-man in Oregon. That is a a large person moving a boat very nicely.
And powerfully. That blade sticks in the water, and I think just about every second millisecond that it's in the water, there is force on the face of the blade. It is actively moving the shell. He's
And
making
you
quick
can
work of
see
it.
because the others open their backs just a little bit sooner. He's like, no, I still got some leg push
I
to
can
push.
feel this, yeah.
I still got something to put
I
on
think Grand
there.
Valley's moving a little bit ahead of them, which would be really surprising. Oregon won
I'm not sure.
the V4 at Weira's.
I'm not sure. I think that there is some response happening from both crews there, from both crews at
Really,
the other.
really incredible.
Yeah, but Texas there out in front nicely. The bucket actually working quite nicely there. Little bit of froth on the 3-seat. He could relax his shoulders.
But the other
and
three
get that in.
are hooking him in at the catch. So
Yeah.
very apropos for the crew. Yeah, good swing together though.
And as
That's
they
where they
come
really get it
past
together.
us, Grand Valley is sitting
Just ahead.
2 seats up now over Oregon. And who's that in fourth right now?
That is the UC Irvine crew.
That is UC Irvine.
Georgia and
sort of getting bow to stern
Vermont just
behind.
a little bit behind the pace.
But
Vermont
Grand
leading
Valley
Georgia.
putting this gorgeous piece up there. They don't have a varsity 8 either, I don't believe.
Grand Valley doesn't. Wow. On the men's side, no, I think you're right.
On the men's side.
Yeah.
So that's their 4 best guys.
Yeah.
And they should be able to be pretty fast. They beat Michigan
Yes,
earlier this year.
They beat
at
Vanderbilt
at the ACRA
in the 4.
but it's their 4 best guys. So
Sure.
so you would hope
I would
that
hope
would
so.
happen.
But
yeah.
Oregon's got to put something on the line here. I think they showed up this weekend expecting
I think that's
to be.
done. You have these two
Yeah.
going Texas going apart. Let's see how hard they're sprinting. It seems like my guess is that their rating's up there, although it's still long. Yeah, they're at 37. So sort of borderline between a high level base. Grand Valley, on the other hand, is about a 41, 42, something like that. And that's what's been moving them away from Oregon, sitting at more like a 37, maybe 38. So Grand Valley moving in, but Texas getting to the line first in a 6:42, again right in line with those other times.
Yep.
And Grand Valley at a 6:44, moving through into the A final. Oregon at 6:47, just under 3 seconds back.
Wow.
And so that was a good move there by Grand Valley to make the final. So 6:42 here. There was a 6:45 from Clemson in the second semifinal, and there was a 6:50 from Bowdoin being pushed by Long Beach State. Oregon would have made the final in the first heat, but not made it. Lafayette just ahead of them if the times were comparable. But a really nice race from Oregon there to get in, just in that last little bit, not quite there. So men's second varsity 8s. Again, this event sort of, you'll start to see the large programs, right? You have to have both. You have to have a varsity 8 ahead of this, so you got to have at least 16 rowers who are in your varsity program trying to make it go. And so you're seeing these larger names here: UC Davis, Bucknell, Purdue, Washington State, Delaware, and UCLA, and they are all off right now as they get started. Purdue has had a great year. Bucknell, you never count out. Washington State, from the West Coast, Purdue will have, and Delaware and Bucknell will not have seen them. So just interesting to see how this all plays out as we go off here. We have Purdue, I think, putting itself out there, but also Delaware up there early off the start, and UCLA in the outside on the right. Bucknell still in it. UC Davis up a little bit. These California crews have been on the water longer. That may give them a little advantage in some of the technical side of the start. But a minute in, they should be coming down into their base pretty soon. And it looks like Purdue has just established themselves and blasted out
And so
They've
this is a
been
top
leaving.
3, right?
They've been leaving. Yeah, this is 3 to go forward, but they've been leaving people behind all
Early,
spring.
yeah.
Early, that's just been their racing style. So Purdue there. Delaware also now up very nice in this 2V. And Bucknell. Those seem to be the top 3 right now. Nonetheless, UC Davis is still right there with Bucknell. I'm sorry. UCLA is right up there with Delaware on the other side. So
Right.
those 4 crews, sort of up there. Purdue just showing the rowing that Jack has had them doing for 2 years now. They're at a 37, 38. So big boy ratings in the base. And that is a real base rating for them.
It is,
I
yeah.
don't think it's like sort of pushed to get up there, but they're now 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes in, and they're about to break open water there on Bucknell, who seems to be in second.
Bucknell?
Yeah, and Washington State in third.
It looks like UCLA and UC Davis. I'm sorry, UCLA and Delaware.
Am I
are up
reading
in the
this
second.
backwards? I'm reading it backwards yet again.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, so Purdue out in front. Washington State, who should be up there in the middle, is actually fairly far back at this point. So you
Bucknell's making a move back
Bucknell
up towards UCLA
Bucknell
and Delaware.
Delaware and UC Davis and UCLA. Sorry.
So
are sort
knowing
of
how they
going up
race,
there.
this is pretty evident. Surprised that they were down as far as they were to start this first 750 meters,
Which
but now,
Bucknell?
but now that it
This
is
not
dead.
the first Bucknell crew we've seen come off and sort of
Pick it
have
up hard in
to pick
the
up
last
through
half.
the middle and figure out what's going on.
But now
uh,
it's dead even between them and UCLA and Delaware. Like maybe literally the bow
I
ball
think
separating
Bucknell.
them.
I think Bucknell's up a couple of seats, but absolutely UCLA and Delaware right next to each other, pushing quite well. Washington State seems to have found a little bit more of something, but the race got away from them. So now they're matching speed.
Yeah.
But something happened earlier that didn't allow them to sort of be up in this pack, or you would see a heck of a race there for second. Still have Bucknell pushing a couple of seats up. Delaware walking away in their base very nicely. Purdue pushing away very nicely in
But
their
Delaware's
base.
pushing away from
And
UCLA now to go
Delaware
with
now getting
Bucknell.
a seat on UCLA to go with Bucknell. If UCLA can get in there, UCLA looks a little anxious in the blade work.
I hear
They're
that, yeah.
missing a little bit of water, and the rating's a little high. So being pushed, you want to respond with length and connection, and it looks like they're spinning their wheels just a little bit, but the bodies are under control. Coming in almost to 1,500 here with Purdue. Up in front, moving very, very nicely, very under control. Let's check a rating. About 36, so they've lengthened out, if nothing else. Bucknell sitting in second to get in there also at a 36. And Western Washington moving.
Wash State, yeah.
Wash State, sorry, moving.
Yeah, they are coming back up
and
into the
coming
field
back,
right
and
now.
Not sure if it's going to be enough to get them into third. It very much.
They're going to have to keep this move happening. It can't be a pop.
They are. It looks like Delaware right now is sitting
in third.
And
Bucknell is half a length up on them. Delaware is their coxswains overlapping with the bow seat of UCLA, and Wash State is working their way up on UCLA, who's they're not spinning the wheels, but that rate's up, and it's just not quite getting any more move to hook back into the two crews that are with them.
UCLA here at a 40 going in, which is what they have to do. But Delaware throwing the sprint now 39.5 to make sure that they hold on to that.
It's Purdue comfortable hanging on to the last quarter of this race in the red buoys, I think they're going to pick it up, not for a sprint, but just for icing on their cake, too.
But as we watch the Purdue crew
through
here, you can just see the blades going in nicely. Everything is matched. The blades just disappear. And then the push happens, which is exactly the order that needs to happen, and they're not missing any water on the front end. Just in control. When you have a crew that can dominate this way, their heat. It's a great place to be. They
It
have
is, and that's through
not
the
had
line.
they've not had to spend a lot of energy to do
Purdue
this.
in 1,
Um,
Bucknell in 2, and Delaware is going to hold off this great surge from
to
Wash
get
State.
third and make the grand final,
And Wash
which
State
is
might have
great.
put themselves slightly ahead of UCLA. We're going to find out in just a moment.
You just sort of
6:05.
wonder what happened to them in the start of their race.
6:05 for a 2v semifinal. Let's
6
find
OV and a
out.
2V semifinal. 6:12 for Bucknell, 6:14 for Delaware. Really nice racing done by them. I think Purdue showing
2 seconds
why
out.
they're able to go so strongly after a points trophy this
There
year.
we
Right
go.
there.
2 seconds out. UCLA. Wow. 200ths of a second to stay ahead of Washington State. Congratulations to the UCLA crew. Moving
But
on
you'll see each
to
other again tomorrow
the
in the
petite
B final,
final.
and you can see what happens.
and we'll see if that result stands. I'm
Crew's
sure
not
Wash
quite,
State is going to want to
Crew's not quite lined up here yet for
our last
for
race of the morning.
the 2V here before we go off on a break. And this will be from left to right. Rutgers in lane 6, Notre Dame in lane 5, Virginia in 4, Orange Coast in 3, Michigan in 2, Minnesota in 1. I was about to say in the bow because I was counting down.
Yeah.
And this race is gonna be a barn burner as well. We saw Orange Coast go out really strong in their race earlier today with the freshmen. You know that they've been doing pieces together with them. Virginia in the orange in the middle, very easy to sight because of their colors. Michigan in the yellow boat to the right of that, also maybe a little bit easy. Notre Dame used to be rowing in green boats, but here they have a white shell and whiter oars. Rutgers
We're
in
off.
the red, and we're off, and Minnesota in the outside. So this is going to be quite an interesting
Michigan a
race
bit of steering
to
off
try
the
and get
start
there.
line here. Let's get that coxswain to find their way back onto their lane. There they
And
are.
there she is. There he is. He's a very experienced coxswain in there. He was 1V coxswain much of the season. Their 2V coxswain last year that did pretty well. And these crews are just blasting off. No one's really behind or in front at all. These are all big pedigree programs.
Yeah, and this is great intensity right off the starts. Again,
right.
adrenaline is high, but again, that they have the coxswain there and a big enough crew that they've had to earn their seat in any of these programs. They've had to earn their seat.
Yeah.
Right. So they know they are listened. They are of one mind, and once they say, "Let's stride down, let's reset," off that they're going to do it.
Virginia, the early leader. Rutgers doing nicely on the outside.
Really
there.
well.
Absolutely. And Orange Coast showing some speed. They're pretty much even with Notre Dame. Michigan is a seat back behind them. Rutgers a seat up ahead of them. Everyone in place there. Only Minnesota falling off the speed right now. About a minute and a half in, we're looking at base speed. You can see, excuse me, Michigan starting to move a little bit as they're finding some rhythm. Virginia, though, pushing out, but not the way that Purdue was in the last heat
not exactly,
at all.
But
so 5 crews here, 4 of them between second and fifth within 2 seats of each other. About 2 minutes coming in. Again, sort of that's a place again, I've been working with the Michigan crews a little bit as a consultant this year and was talking to those guys yesterday, and they know that at 2 minutes they've got to go, which is exactly what's happening right now. But not just them. The reason they have to go is because everyone else is at this point starting to race.
They're still well overlapped with Virginia, with Orange Coast, and Notre Dame being the next closest crew to hang on and overlap with those 3 leaders.
But Michigan moving up on Rutgers here to sort of get into fourth with Orange Coast and Notre Dame sitting there maybe 2 seats up. And Rutgers still in play. The only person... only Minnesota getting dropped here right now, and they just have to push. It's got to see whose base is going to do it and get them in to that final. Again, Orange Coast looking really quite nice in that middle lane.
This is probably the longest and lowest rate any of their boats have raced so far. It's probably a 36, and it's still the longest rate compared to that
Exactly.
Frosh 8.
And Notre Dame out there moving pretty nicely, but that's all
Wow, well
attackable.
done by Rutgers here to have so much overlap with Notre Dame, with UVA,
Michigan.
with Michigan, with the Orange Coast crew. I think they're in a really good position
Yeah.
now that they're all through the 1K
But
mark
at this
to
point,
snap forward.
if Michigan wants to make that final, they have to go. They've got to keep going. They can't just sit. They've got to be moving, right? They don't have
Notre
to win
Dame
right now,
is
but they've
moving
got to
up
be
on
moving.
OCC, not passing them yet. Maybe not even past Michigan yet, but they're much further into this race. Really great length out of the stroke man. Eyes up on the horizon. No wiggling around. Not worried about the other crews. Fully
36 and a
focused.
half, 37.
Where's the bow man is looking?
And they're sticking in to Virginia, who's not able to break, which is really, the difference from the last race. So none of these crews is getting a little bit of a push there. We have Notre Dame in lane 5 and Michigan over in lane 2, but here you see the V's on the Virginia back just swinging very nicely. Bucket hat in the stroke seat. I
think Notre Dame is moving themselves into the second place spot.
That is Notre Dame in lane 5, pushing up a little bit and getting some
bit more on
some
OCC.
stuff on Orange Coast. We're going to have to want to see if Michigan has been able to push up into that at all. They're getting closer, but they're not up there yet.
They're not up there yet. I think the camera has given us an angle that doesn't quite show how close Michigan is to the field.
Look up,
we can see
the real race in front. But no, Michigan now 6 seats back, pretty even there with Rutgers. OCC in good control. If either Rutgers or Michigan is going to do it, they've got to go now.
This second half of the race from Notre Dame is blowing my mind. They're walking up on Virginia. It's not quite a seat per stroke, but it is mean, and it is long.
Those 3 crews now have gotten open water
on
over Michigan and Rutgers on the outside lanes. So we have the chevron, the perfect chevron here.
Late in the race.
Still going. That's how hard this event is.
Yeah, Notre Dame's not going to walk in on Virginia's lead here, and it's just going to be them versus OCC, seeing who's going to take that second place
Orange Coast,
spot.
you can see a sprint happening right there. That's the Blades getting in. They're up at 39. Notre Dame also at a 39. Virginia at a 39.
I don't know. You know what? I might be
no
wrong.
one
Notre
going
Dame,
crazy.
I think they're going to run out of real estate. They might be trying to take this because it's every three strokes they're taking a seat. Their bow ball now just barely in line with the 3-man at Virginia. I think the Wahoos are going to
and there
hold
goes
this
and
lead.
there they go. There goes Notre Dame trying to move again. Virginia responding, but those two are moving away a little
Hit
bit
the
from
horn.
Orange Coast. Virginia goes across. Notre Dame, Orange Coast. Then it's going to be Rutgers getting in front of Michigan in that last 200 meters, and finally Minnesota. So Virginia in a 6:07, and that Purdue crew was a 6:05. 6:09, 6:10 for Notre Dame and Orange Coast. Bucknell went 6:12. Delaware went 6:14. Rutgers went 6:15. So the top 6 crews, the top 6 times from the 2 heats are into the final. So that has sorted itself out.
So yeah,
pretty
interesting that UVA is pretty close to Purdue's time, although we know that Purdue has did not have to.
They were not being pushed in the same way.
Yeah, did not have any outside factors pushing them out of their base speed, so we know they have another gear. But Notre Dame, Orange Coast pulling in much closer than Bucknell did, than Delaware did, so that's going to be a really incredible final. My heart's racing off of the semifinal. I can't imagine what the petite
the finals
and the
are going to
grands
be
look
pretty
like.
amazing there. So we're done with racing for the morning. There will be some finals starting up in the afternoon, but one of the things that ACRA as an organization started doing last year was creating a Hall of Fame for former coaches or coaches and former rowers. So last year we had John Bancari, the longtime coach at Grand Valley. who was recognized and also remembered,
Right.
having lost a battle to cancer just before that. And we also had Brian Volpenheim, who was the U.S. National team head coach, Olympic coach, and Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah, and
who
poster boy for U.S. rowing national team for the early 2000s.
absolutely,
If
and
you were watching, he might have been your favorite
he
athlete.
had rowed at Ohio State and
Club legacy.
loved when he has always said that he won an Olympic gold medal, but he never could beat Michigan. So
I'm
but
sure
that
you
was
love
always
that.
good. He's out in Oklahoma City, where
Yeah.
his wife is the head coach of the University of Oklahoma, and he's doing some work at OC.
Okay.
OKC,
OKC University.
River Sport.
Oh no, he's with
area.
he was with the university team, right?
He's at the university. Just out on that
It's all
water,
same stuff.
whichever he's doing. And we had a third laureate Olympic rower out of Grand Valley also.
Yes.
And so those three were this year. This year there will be three more. We invite you to stay around and watch the presentation, which will be broadcast live here, I believe, in about 30 minutes. I think it's at noon.
Yes, it is.
And you can find out who is getting honored this year. Two longtime coaches and a Paralympian. So
Very excited at that. Meanwhile, I'm going to live stream me eating lunch. If you want to tune into that, it will not be on here now.
I will be eating lunch, but not live streamed.
No.
No one wants to see that.
And we'll be back. The next race starts at 12:50, so we'll see you in just about an
Whole
hour
series
back on
of
the water.
of finals starting this weekend. All the semis are done except for the varsity eights.
Yes, that's correct, and the grand final for the women's 2v8.
Yep.
But that goes to your point. They're mostly finals coming back, so it's really exciting. Thanks for joining us this morning from Mountain Lake here at Oak Ridge Rowing Association. This is Eddie Moog.
And this is Charlie Sullivan.
And we'll see you after the break.
Absolutely. Have a good one.